Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, cadets and citizens, and welcome to the finale of our massive G1 Transformers tier list.
So many robots.
Yeah, this was quite the task to undertake, but we've been having fun the entire way along, and it's truly been an honor to be able to do this, especially with someone as passionate as you, Tisha.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a lot less to say about like the latter seasons of G1, but there's still some bangers in there.
Yeah, I tried to fill in the gaps as best as possible for those of you who aren't the most knowledgeable. And I think this episode, the finale, is really where we're going to start exploring unknown territory for us, because while we covered G1, American G1, and a little bit of Japanese G1 with the headmasters, but now we're going to be entering into what Tisha coined the Tranime, aka Transformers G1 anime.
That's gonna catch on, and I'm gonna hate it.
AKA Japanese G1 Transformers. So this will include the series Super God Master Force, Transformers Victory, and Transformers Zone. And just to give you an idea of how many that is, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows. And I didn't even count how many there were here.
Some of these are Seekers. I see another Prime design somewhere in here.
Well, these three were actually ones that we missed in the early episode, in the first episode. Okay. We really should have covered them there, but yeah, I just decided to quick add them on because, honestly, at first I thought when they appeared in the G1 introduction, I literally thought that they were Thundercracker and Skywarp, but no, they are completely different characters.
I thought that's what those were, just glancing at them, but I couldn't tell you what the purple one was. Like, I don't know, Swindle?
Swindle?
A lot earlier.
A massive bra moment. Swindle don't look anything like that. Nah, he's yellow and he's a Jeep. Also, hey, Emil, glad to have you joining us for the finale.
Yay.
Hope you're having a nice one.
Don't mind me, I'm just unable to pinpoint my Transformers, or I'm getting information from other generations or series, and it's just all mixing together. Get out of my head.
Yeah, but don't worry, I'll try to be the best guide I can for you.
Some of these are actually some of the better designs in the whole series. Holy shit.
Yeah, and we'll definitely be talking about them once we get to them.
Yeah.
Without further ado, guys, let's start things off here. Now, again, the first three here are all Seeker repaints that I missed during the first part because they did appear in the G1 pilot. So if I remember this correctly, lightest blue is Bitch Dream, dark blue is Nacelle, purple is Hot Link. All very interesting names. And they're all sort of like Thundercracker, specifically like Thundercracker and Skywarp repaints.
I was going to say, like, you're not joshing me. These are 100% real designs. These aren't like OCs you pulled off of DeviantArt, right?
No, not at all. Like, again, they're like Sunstorm, and they only appeared in like one frame.
But they are
scene.
100% canon characters.
Yes, they are.
I'm going to tell you right now, they're not nearly as notable as the rest of the Seekers because, for one, I think we made this point earlier. You can barely distinguish them from the rest of the Seekers entirely, and even then, what do they add besides just another slightly different color scheme to this model?
Yeah, I mean, they do look cool, but you don't even see them transform into like an alt mode or anything like that.
And that's at that point, why even have them like that? Just making an entirely new design. I mean, it's not awful, but it's not nothing and not anything notable,
I will say though, Nacelle's, he did get an Earth alt mode a while back. G1 Nacelle.
I mean, I can get behind his color scheme, but
okay, not this one. This was one of the more recent ones, but his is literally thrust, but without the stupid cone head.
I mean, the wings look a little small to me. I mean, it's not an awful. I mean, I don't really like either of the jet forms that this figurine can have.
Yeah, I mean this is the Cybertronian jet form, but we didn't really
Which
see him transform into it. But
this
yeah,
was
I
a
will.
problem during War for Cybertron. Cybertronian jets just don't look right or aerodynamic at all. But getting back to this, yeah, I'm not even a really huge fan of this.
I do like the designs, but my main issue is that again they only appeared in like one scene, and they don't even have. You don't see them transform. They don't have any speaking lines. All they really have going for them is like their color schemes, which again they are sort of like less notable compared to the main three seekers.
Yeah,
And hell,
most of
even
them got an
Sunstorm
S
and the
tier. Yeah.
even Sunstorm and the Rainmakers.
I mean, I'm willing
That's
to
not to
put
say that they're
them.
bad or anything, but they are slightly less notable.
Nacelle's getting low S tier at the absolute highest.
Oh, I was
And
honestly gonna put them below the Rainmakers, but yeah, I can see it. I'll
because
put
again, not incredibly notable. Nacelle, I can give some points just because his color scheme is just that strong. But it's again, it's just a lot more of the same. It's another Starscream clone. That's just what it is. And the
yeah, it's
rest are
kind of
probably not faring that much better.
yeah. I'll put them in like high A tier for now.
All
Or
right.
actually, no, I'll put them right alongside the Rainmakers.
That literally just looks like if anything, it's a slightly better design of what's the blue fucking yeah, that one.
Ion Storm.
Yeah, if anything, he's slightly better than that because the white actually adds something to the color scheme. Meanwhile, it,
The
yeah,
flat blue is a little
yeah,
bit. Yeah, and then
yeah. I'll give them that over the Rainmakers. There aren't like fantastic. Well, where'd you put Nacelle? Is the bottom of this tier actually?
this is
Oh,
like this
okay,
is A tier, so
okay.
Nacelle is
See,
all the way up here.
okay, so yeah, that's more comfortable. But yeah,
Mhm.
they're slightly better than the Rainmakers just because like their thighs and their toes and their fists are
Yeah,
much
they do
more
have a little
colored.
bit. They have a little bit of color to them that the others don't really have. So yeah, Hot
Or just
Link
like
and
some
Bitchstream.
yeah, some accents that do the model justice. So they're slightly better than the Rainmakers. I should say that much. Anyway, moving on.
Now we're finally. No, the damn train. Ah, sorry, I got plowed by the fucking train again.
Not looking too deep into that, but
No, it's one of my redeems I had on. So
oh,
that's basically Trunk's way of saying that I'm here now.
I see. But first one is an interesting design.
All right. I have to read what Emil said here. I think this is one of the only times where I have nothing to say about these three.
Mm-hmm.
I think that pretty much speaks for itself. Now we're on to the real start of this. First one up here. So we're entering into Super God Master Force territory, and the first character that we have here is Metal Hawk. Interesting how we always end up starting with a character that I have a figure of. First
Really?
Optimus, then Hot Rod, and now Metal Hawk. So he's an archetype of Transformer known as a Pretender. So it's basically like he's basically like the ultimate instance of mass shifting because he turns. So well, first off, his alt mode is another fighter jet, but it's actually pretty cool looking. But his other form is of a human. He can literally turn into a human.
What?
Yes, I shit you not with that. He is the predecessor to the Pretender in Transformers Revenge of the Fallen.
Points for creativity, but I'm not sure if it works.
Let me go to the Transformers wiki real quick. Transformers Super God Master Force characters. So down here, the Pretenders. Oh wait, no, wrong area. Pretenders. There we are. Metal Hawk. Oh, wow. It doesn't even show the picture of him there.
Wow.
Oh, my. Let me see if reloading it. I'll just search him up. Metal Hawk. Transformers. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's see if I could find a picture of him in his... Okay, this is probably the closest that we're going to get. Yeah, the train arrival is a close second to push-up arrival. Okay, here he is in his, well, his exosuited human form.
Yeah, I was reading a little bit of the page. Yeah, he did assume the monocle of a human named Hawk. Okay.
Yeah, like there's his actual human form.
And he looks pretty much indistinguishable. Like he has like a reminds me of like the fucking chameleon circuit in fucking Doctor Who.
I guess I could see that if I knew what you were talking about.
Essentially just it's a concept of being able to camouflage as pretty much anything you want.
Yeah. Almost sounds like inspiration for another part of my model lore. But anyways, we're not so much focusing on the human aspect of him. We're mainly focusing on the robot and the alt mode. Emil says, Metal Hawk is cool. I just wish the blue was a bit more vibrant. Yeah,
I can agree to that.
His blue on the toy that I have, the figure that I have, is not nearly as dull as it appears here. It's actually decently brighter.
Because in the picture you have in the tier list, it's almost like a grayish, but if it's supposed to be blue,
it's a very dark navy blue.
Yeah, I think if the blue was a lot more vibrant, I'd like it a lot more. But as for the design, like the silhouette, it's not bad at all. It's just something different.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Where are we thinking of putting him? Oh, and also he was the leader of the Autobots for like half the season that he showed in.
Huh.
And then he got replaced by one of the characters that we're going to be talking about soon.
All right, I guess somewhere between A and B tier feels comfortable for me.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, this is a little bit, we are sort of like exploring unknown territory here, so mainly just going off to design and gimmick.
Yeah, maybe this guy's like an S tier character in the, what the hell did you call it? Fucking
in Super God Master Force. It's probably it's probably the longest anime name for its Transformers.
But yeah, maybe he's like a stellar character in the actual show itself, and we just aren't aware of that. And he just maybe you think he deserves more points. I'm just thinking he's fine where he is right here.
Yeah, like right here, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Emil brings up a good point here. This is such a weird part of G1 because Hasbro and Takara were throwing everything at the wall because the franchise was dying essentially. So the whole Pretender gimmick, I'm pretty sure the original figure of this guy was actually, they had both the robot and the human in the exosuit.
Huh.
Correct me if I'm wrong there. Anyways, next up, again, we're exploring relatively unknown territory here. I'm pretty sure this is... Ooh. Lander, I'm going to search up. Just don't be surprised if I end up doing this a lot because some of these names I don't exactly remember. Okay, yeah, this is Lander. Again, also a Pretender.
As in these class of ones just pretend to be people.
Yes, exactly. Again, the ultimate, someone coined it as like the ultimate case of mass shifting.
Right.
Now, as for his design, it's all right, I suppose. I don't actually see what he turns into here. Okay, yeah, I was right here. It's like the two different figures here with the human in the exosuit and the robot itself that transforms.
Right.
Now, as for his alt mode, a Cybertronian ATV.
That one. Yeah.
And he actually has a giant turret on his back, which I like that. Kind of a bit goofy there with the red wheels.
I mean, I don't hate it though. It actually works for the color scheme, I think. It'd be a little
Yeah,
better, sure, or plays a little better, sure, but overall, it's not a bad like color. I don't want to say
yeah,
color scheme again,
it
but I can.
stands out.
Yeah, for
It
sure.
stands out in a way. I wouldn't say quite as strong as Metal Hawk, but where are you thinking?
Maybe
Oh
like
no.
high B tier because that's not a bad design. I mean, and I'm definitely seeing like a pattern between a lot of these fucking Super God ones, but Super God Master Force ones. Yes, I'm seeing a lot of
Yeah,
similarities between this series, like in between themselves, but it's not awful so far. I think we're gonna
yeah,
see very quickly. This is a very hopefully I'm wrong, but this could be like a very basic Autobot design from this series.
yeah. I can agree with that to an extent.
Similar to how we became like the quintessential Autobot after a while.
All right, next up, this is Phoenix. I could
Okay.
tell right away by the color scheme. Transformers.
I like his
Okay,
human.
his
His
human form, he has a devil's haircut,
look like
as I like to
Wolverine.
call it, just because of the horn sticking out of his head.
Right.
Now, as for the robot mode, red, red
Very red.
Transformers are like a dime a dozen these days, but this one, again, it stands out a bit compared to the rest.
Right.
Black face, again, black accents to go in between the red. It stands out.
But
As for his alt mode,
I don't know if the yellow works with that nearly as well.
oh right, the yellow
His
like.
chest. He's
I
still
mean, it's
got
not.
the whole thing with his what even is his alt mode?
I'm pretty sure it's a jet.
So the it brings a whole new meaning to cockpit with the positioning of it.
Oh my goodness, that
Yeah.
is a very funky looking jet.
Yeah. I don't think I like this one nearly as much.
I do think I do like it better than Lander though.
I'm going to disagree with you on there. I don't like this one nearly as much as Lander.
Oh, okay. Well, I still think it's going to end up in like higher B tier.
Yeah.
Actually, right next to the Predacons would suit him because a roughly similar color scheme.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, last one here, I believe, is Diver.
Diver.
Barely anything shows up about him. Diver, Transformers. Oh, okay. It shows up for like a few different characters. This one's from Beast Wars.
I see.
But Diver himself. Okay, I like the alt mode there.
What is it though?
It's a submarine.
Oh.
A Cybertronian submarine.
I don't
Doesn't
like
look not quite like a submarine that you'd see on Earth, but it does look cool in my opinion.
And I don't like I definitely like it better than Phoenix, but I'm not really sure how else to place him.
Yeah. I'd say like around the same area as the other pretenders.
Yeah, he's almost got like coffin-shaped thighs, kind of weird.
Often, oh my goodness, now I see it.
Yeah. A lot of his comrades do. Well, actually, he's like the only one I've noticed who like really accentuated that much. That's something I didn't like about Phoenix's design, but they accentuated a lot more on Divers, so I'd like it or I dislike it a little more than that. But he's a little bit better, a bit of an improvement over Phoenix, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Still don't
And
love it.
Emil once again brings up another point. They even did Transformers that don't transform with Action Masters, which gave birth to one of the worst recolors. It's so bad that it's good recolors of Thundercracker.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm gonna regret searching this up, but Action Master Thundercracker. Oh, good lord! He was right.
Oh. Yeah, that's
definitely so bad it's good territory.
But like the head, if the head wasn't like brown and
it's like a
turquoise, it would
very
kind of work.
desaturated bronze.
Like it almost wants to give like a Joker color scheme, but it just doesn't commit to it all the way. So it's just like, ugh.
It's like a Cad Bane face. Yeah, it's there with the brown helmet.
Oh, and then he's got like, oh, everything about this is so weird.
Yeah. I guess I was right when I said I was probably going to regret searching that up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was who I was referring to earlier when I said that Metal Hawk got replaced as leader. He may look like Optimus Prime, but he's not. He's actually a new robot named Jinrai. So, fun fact about this character. This was, again, where Emil pointed out that Hasbro and Takara went in completely different directions. So, when Hasbro released this character, it was basically like an upgrade of Optimus Prime that they called Power Master Optimus Prime. And his whole gimmick was he had like an engine component that was like, it's sort of like the Headmasters, where like in alt mode, they basically become a human exosuit. Whereas in this, the human exosuit becomes an engine for him that he needs to transform.
Uh-huh.
But then when Takara got their hands on the figure, they decided to rename him for Super God Master Force, and he was the first God Master, as they called him.
This is just, God, there's just a lot to just dump on me like that.
Yeah. Sorry if that was a bit much there, but
anyways, this is 100% not the same character, even though they look damn near identical.
Pretty much the same. Yeah. In fact, his whole engine component, his human partner, whose actual name is Jinrai, he's initially like a reluctant protagonist, but then once Metal Hawk steps down, he eventually embraces his role, and at the end, so again, a lot to dump here, but the robot portion of him is not sentient. It's all powered by his human component, but at the end of the series, the robot component does become its own, like, independently thinking transformer. And he does, well, like Optimus Prime, he does end up dying, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Or actually a little while, because
plot for a character like this.
Yeah, but as for the character design itself, it's literally just Optimus Prime, but he's missing a wheel in the back.
In a different font, yeah.
Yeah.
This feels like an alternate universe Mandela effect bullshit with Optimus Prime. Like, it genuinely feels like it genuinely feels like it's just a few things are just off enough to where it feels wrong, but to like your average person, there's nothing wrong here. I don't know. Like, besides that whole uncanny valley aspect staring at Jinrai, I think it's not a bad design. It's definitely no original Optimus S tier, but like it's up there.
You still think it at least goes in S tier, not quite on the level of Optimus, but like maybe mid to low.
Low, I'm thinking, because it doesn't like pop at me the same way that the original Prime does. Like I said, it's just off enough to where my brain wants to think it's Optimus Prime, but it can't, so it's like confused and upset by that.
I'm gonna put him just below Nacelle, if that works.
Works for me.
Yeah, and again, he does end up dying later on in the series, but he also ends up getting revived again. We'll talk about that later.
Like Optimus Prime again.
But when we get to him, you probably won't recognize him because he turns into a completely different robot.
Okay, well, again, they're doing something entirely different with the character. That makes sense. So at least when he becomes more of his own thing, I'll appreciate him a lot more.
All right. Next up is, well, this is a bit strange. So this is his trailer, literally named God Bomber.
Let me get this straight. Optimus Prime in this series in particular, the Jinrai's trailer, as in like his the tractor trailer aspect of him, is an independent transformer.
Yes. Well, technically, he has two trailers. This is his main, his second, his first trailer turns into a piece of armor for him that turns him into, what was it? Super Jinrai, which is this form.
I see.
And then this component, God Bomber, is a second trailer for him that, again, turns into a second piece of armor, but instead gives him wings, which becomes God Jinrai, which is the next character after. Again, I was able to find a PNG of this, so I am calling it its own character.
So, holy crap. So let me get this straight. You have Jinrai and then this first trailer, which is kind of like a suit of armor, and then a second trailer, which is God Bomber over here. But God Bomber can also combine with the first trailer and Jinrai to create Super God Jinrai, would you call it?
Yes, God Jinrai.
God Jinrai, okay. Again, exceedingly Japanese. But um as for God Bomber himself, I'm not hating the design, honestly.
Yes, so am I. It has quite a few classic G1 traits. I mean, the wings sticking out the back is a bit strange. In fact, the wings are supposed to turn into God Jinrai's jetpack, which, if you, I'm willing to bet, was the original inspiration for the jetpack transformation that Jetfire and Optimus Prime do in Revenge of the Fallen.
But yeah, that concept isn't crazy. It's been in the series before.
Yeah, but yeah, he has the ridiculous shoulder launcher, which I love, and
Well,
I mean
that was one of the things
he
I
does
fixated on. I
require
like that.
Jinrai to get to move around in alt mode, but his robot mode actually, I like the robot mode a lot.
I don't know what's funnier, the idea of him like being a trailer and then just being useless mobile wise without Prime, or the fact that it's just like a motorized trailer that can just move on its own magically.
I'm pretty
I don't know
sure
what's
in the
funnier.
series it is a motorized trailer.
Okay, but as for that, do we know what his alt mode looks like? Does it just look like Prime's trailer, or is it like a unique design?
It's a unique design. It's slightly smaller than Jinrai's main trailer. So let me pull this up real quick.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Yeah, it is a completely different trailer. In fact, it looks like, you know those police mobile command centers? That's the kind of vibes I'm getting from it.
Yeah, I can see that. Definitely an
But yeah,
interesting
we're
take on the concept of a trailer transformer, but I don't hate it. Maybe like low to mid S tier?
above or below Jinrai.
Probably slightly above because I can't get over that weird uncanny valley aspect of Jinrai where I want to say that's Optimus Prime, but it's in the most technical aspect is not.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Not
Ooh,
much higher, but like, definitely higher.
yeah, I am liking him more than Trax, at least design wise. So I'll put him right below Predaking.
All right.
Yeah, okay. So Emil gave us some insight here. G1 Jinrai is my favorite G1 Optimus Prime design. I love the idea of him having the super armor and then an even bigger form like a Megazord.
That is a pretty cool concept. I'll give him that.
And he has white legs, which I think fits better with his color scheme instead of silver like other Primes. I didn't actually notice that as much. I mean, the pictures,
Yeah,
it's
I
hard to
am seeing
tell
it
with
right
the
now.
pictures.
Well, now that I'm looking at it, yeah, OG Prime's legs are more white, meanwhile Jinrai's are like a silverish.
Yeah.
I feel like it not popping out nearly as much. It works for the design overall, just because it's not so in your face with the bright colors.
Do remember that this is also part of like a product of the anime design because it was really more of an anime, not so much a cartoon like G1 was in terms of like the design trend.
Right.
And yeah, Emil's final words here are God Bomber is a cool name to me. Sadly, he is just a drone, technically. Damn, yeah. But again, I love the design here is pretty damn cool.
All right, what's
All
next?
right. Next up, okay, God Jinrai.
Okay.
So pretty much everything that I just said before.
With the
Jinrai
whole,
combined with
yeah.
his first and second trailer to become this unit.
We have a picture of the figure.
Yes, I'm gonna pull that up real quick. God Jinrai.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he is indeed a unit. In fact, here's what he
Holy
looks like
crap,
with
that's
all
the
three
whole
trail
thing?
with all two of his with
How
both
much
of his
does this figure
trailers.
have costed?
I can't say for sure. Like back then, the original figure, but nowadays he was only like released in the masterpiece line and well over like I think in the neighborhood of $250 to $300 for this guy.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. There's so much with this. Like, there's the original Prime, and then the trailer, and then God Bomber, and then you put it all together for God Jinrai. It's just like a massive thing.
Yeah, they
Like, it's
really went
not.
heavy during this like era of Japanese G1. They really went heavy on like combiner gimmicks, even if they weren't like traditional combiners.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. This isn't really a traditional combiner in that sense. It's more so just like almost like a. The closest thing I can compare it to is like what a lot of Power Rangers series did, where you had like the Megazord and then like another straggler Zord that would become like another component, like a shield or a sword or a jetpack or some shit. But this is taking that to its logical extreme.
Yeah, literally becomes like literally God Bomber becomes the jetpack for him.
Not to a point of parody like we saw with regular show that one episode, but it's still pretty damn cool. I can appreciate this.
Okay, so where we think. Also, I just got to mention this real quick. He kills the villain with probably the most ridiculous attack name that I could think of, called the Fiery God Guts.
That's actually what it's called.
Yeah, that's literally what it's called. I might have butchered the name a little bit, but it's roughly it roughly translates to that. But yeah, as for Jinrai himself, literally the original Jetfire Optimus Prime transformation, as far as I can see, and it's so badass looking.
I do like this one though. Yeah, I could definitely appreciate it a lot more than Jinrai himself.
Yeah, definitely. We thinking around the same, just above God Bomber?
Probably. If anything, a little
Yeah.
higher than him. Probably a little higher than that, actually.
Oh, okay. Let's see what we have to compare him to. Okay. So we have Predaking, Raiden, Jetfire, and Six Shot.
I don't know if he's better than Jetfire.
Okay, I'll put him above Raiden then.
Okay, I thought you'd like Raiden more just because the trains.
Yeah, the train bots. But because Jinrai was like sort of the first of his kind where he wasn't like a traditional combiner, I will give him points for originality in terms of that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a truck with a trailer that can,
With
or
two
several trailers.
trailers,
Yeah.
with two trailers on him.
Which that's kind of like a weird concept, at least here in America, but that's not like I don't know. It's just it feels
Well,
like it works.
I've seen trucks before with two trailers behind them.
Right.
Maybe not as ridiculously out of proportion as these two.
Because Godmaster being on the very back of it does make it a little clunky, but it does work a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So
Next up is Okay, I gotta head up for this. Like, search up the names for them. So this is, I believe it is Lightfoot.
Okay.
As for what Emil had to say, this was this is the first Prime with a super mode, which would inspire many other Transformers shows like Robots in Disguise 2001 and the Unicron trilogy.
Okay.
All right, so again, also a case where human partner for this guy. But
Right.
as for the robot mode himself, I actually kind of like it. I believe that's an old RX-7, an old RX-7 race car.
Huh.
But as for like, I feel like they were trying to. I feel like this is a case of like they were trying to copy Jazz, but not make it too obvious, if you know what I mean.
A little, but I also like the take on the design a little bit more than Jazz. I think part of the reason for that is like the very top of the car being his chest really like works for me. His figurine kind of struggles to make that look right proportionally because it's so wide, but it doesn't look awful.
Yeah, definitely. See what he actually. Let's see what his actual profile is. Okay, so it's mostly just giving insight on the human character. Okay, so his human partner was dreams of being a robot. Contacted Jinrai when he heard about his television appearance. So not much is really given on his personality, but I do like, again, the robot mode looks all right. Maybe not so much in toy form, but I also really like the alt mode. Not quite, again, not quite on the level of Jinrai, but I would say
Really, yeah, carrying
yeah.
for me this round.
What are we thinking? I'm thinking at least no lower than high B.
I was thinking like mid B, if anything.
Oh, okay. Let's see
I
what
mean, once we get
exactly.
there, I'll feel around for it, but yeah, it doesn't. I mean, he's
All
definitely a
right.
bit better than the Conehead, so maybe high B.
All right then. I think I'll put him just above Phoenix and the latter two Predacons.
Right, because I definitely liked him better than Galvatron.
Yeah. I don't know why they removed the pink windows in the animation model. Wait, this guy had pink.
Yeah,
Oh.
I honestly think it works a lot better with the pink windows, in my opinion, just because it adds a little more contrast to the color scheme.
Also, it's like some people say red is the color of speed, and that really gives him. Even just standing still, he looks fast in that regard.
Magenta, like almost like a bit of purplish with the red.
Yeah.
I think I like the figurines color scheme a lot better than his depiction in the show.
They heavily desaturated it.
Yeah, I like the figure one a lot better, actually.
Yeah. We still thinking like keeping them in high B for now.
Yeah.
We can always go back and switch them up later if we really feel like it.
If anything, he only got it as high B because of his actual figurine color scheme and not his show color scheme.
All right, this is Ranger right here, which first impression, the name really doesn't. This is one of the few cases so far where I think the name doesn't really suit the color scheme. Because like Ranger, I think
vibe at all.
For me, Ranger, I think of like, you know, a military vehicle.
Or even
and
like
those are usually like
yellows, but like this one is just okay. Him being a dune buggy kind of makes sense, I guess, but I don't immediately love it.
Yeah. His human counterpart, on the other hand, does fit the bill of Ranger, but
right.
As for his alt mode, or the robot in the Doom Buggy mode, I like the Doom Buggy mode. Again, it's reminding me a bit of Sure Shot, who I have sitting on my desk right now, along with Metal Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
But the color scheme is really what throws me off for him.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's not awful, but I'm not ranking him incredibly high. Let me tell you now.
You got a little bit quiet there. I think you.
All right. I'm not. He's not getting ranked incredibly high. Not
Yeah, I
awful,
don't
just
think.
not great.
I don't really think so either. Were we thinking?
Kind of hard to say.
I'm personally thinking. I'm thinking below Fort Max and above Skylinks.
I want to give Skylinks points just for being as quirky as he is, but yeah, I can agree to that.
Yeah, I can't really get behind the fact that his robot mode is literally just this four-legged death chicken.
At least they did something creative with that.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. That's not. Again, in the eyes of the beholder, I'm not sure that was executed the best.
All right, who's this blocky fellow up next?
Road King, the actual Road King, not Motormaster, the actual Road King.
God, there's so many of them. So Road King, his whole thing is
He's an actual race car.
I see.
And a damn accurate looking one as well.
Oh, like an
to like F1 cars in the area.
Interesting, with like engine components you can remove at will.
Yeah, I think. Hold up, I actually got to pull up his. Let me see if I can pull up his bio real quick. Okay, so here's his. Well, it makes sense. His civilian counterpart is an actual race car driver.
Right.
And his. Yeah, I like the F1 vehicle mode. It's reminding me of Mirage and Drag Strip. Okay, that. Well, I guess that wasn't so much. Maybe it was, but this is what his toy mode actually looks like.
I don't like I don't like that nearly as much.
Is thick. He's thick on the upper section. The animation model looks
leg day because like his shoulders are so wide, but his legs are so skinny.
Yeah, exactly. The animation. This is the opposite of. What's his face? The opposite of Lightfoot, where the animation model is better than the toy.
Yeah. Okay, so based off the show appearance, I guess he's not awful. At least his design makes sense. Just like didn't translate into a figure very well, did it?
No, not at all. I think like he has I want to say it's a combiner counterpart, but it's not really. They just have a similar name.
Okay. As for Road King, and his color scheme is just not doing it for me. The lavender and the yellow, that's girl, no.
I don't mind it as much, actually. Again, it's reminding me of Drag Strip, but where are you thinking we put him?
I'm thinking like C tier because the face is what does it for me. Because I can't with him.
I'll put him in at the top of C tier for now because I don't think he's nearly as bad as the lower half of the mini bots and Cerebros.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, now we're on to the junior headmasters. So we had headmasters before, but now we're on to junior headmasters, apparently.
I see.
So first up we have, oh my goodness, this is another ridiculous name, Go Shooter.
That's the name they came up with, Go Shooter.
Yeah, I'm in as much disbelief as you are.
That's actually a pretty decent I like design for this character. Why did they name it something like Go Shooter?
I don't know. Maybe it was Japanese. The name just didn't translate over as well.
I can definitely appreciate the police car design because that's pretty solid.
Yeah, the robot mode is also pretty good. It's reminding me of one of my color palettes again.
Yeah.
And the Toyota Supra police car. Again, Toyota Supra is an extremely iconic JDM car, so I got to give it respect for that.
Right. Not a bad design overall. I can't get
The
behind the
name is
name
so
Go Shooter.
ridiculous.
I'm shitting you not. The name alone is bringing it from like S tier to like high B tier. I'm not even shitting you.
I'll put
Like
him
I
in.
want to like this design a lot, but I just don't because of the name.
I'll put him above. Hmm. I'll put him just below the mini bots here. I'm putting him above Slug Slinger. It's just
Fair enough.
again good design, horrible name. And we'll
It's
get
like
to another case of like
laughably
a
bad.
horrible. We'll get to another case of like an absolutely awful name later.
Oh god, I'm not gonna like many of the names in this series. I can already tell. We're already pushing it with like God Jinrai. Now you're giving me fucking Go Shooter. Fuck off.
All right. Next up, Cab. That's literally their name.
That's his
Cab.
name.
Yeah. Well, at least this one is not. I wouldn't say it's nearly as bad. I mean, a fire truck cab, I guess.
That one I dislike for completely different reasons. That one just feels like they didn't even try with the name.
Yeah, at least again, it does. They might not have tried, but at least it doesn't sound nearly as ridiculous.
But from an actual critique standpoint, I don't love the robot design. The alt mode looks pretty good. Almost got like Sentinel Prime vibes from this one.
Yeah, the alt mode looks like Sentinel Prime's fire truck.
Yeah. But
oh wait, no, that's a custom. But even then, still his.
Okay,
it looks
so
more like Sentinel
doesn't
Prime compared to like some of the other fire truck transformers that we had, like Inferno.
Still not awful. I definitely like him better than Inferno.
Yeah, it's still not nearly as high though compared to like some of the others.
No,
because we don't really know nearly as much about them as like the main G1 Transformers.
Right.
Were we thinking?
Probably a little bit better than the Cone Heads, but I don't know about much higher than that. Maybe
Okay.
like up there. Maybe it's like just in front of what was the other one? Lightfoot.
All right, just above Lightfoot. Last one here is Minerva. It's the only one that I recognize because she actually got a figure recently.
Really?
Yeah. Now I will say, okay, her human partner actually looks pretty cute.
Well, I was reading the thing. Partner is a 15-year-old schoolgirl. Fair enough.
Okay. All right. Moving on from that, the alt mode is probably my favorite so far of like the junior headmasters because it's a Porsche 959 and probably one of my favorite Porsche cars of all time. I mean, the medic look on it is a bit ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean,
an ambulance
supercar. I mean, we had the fire chief Lamborghini with red alert, and now we have an ambulance 959.
Like, don't get me wrong, I like this design a lot, but the idea of a Porsche like this being an emergency vehicle for whatever reason, at least with like in Dubai, they could get away with it by saying like, oh, if we get into a high-speed chase, you need a vehicle that's like fast and can keep up. That makes sense. This does not make any sense. And as the fact that this exists, it would be like horrifically impractical to a point of like government money mismanagement, but
yeah, I know a thing or two about government money mismanagement because I literally play Need for Speed Hot Pursuit and Need for Speed Rivals, and that's literally their whole thing. It's just like they're blowing their budget on like high-end supercars just to bust racers,
which is insane. But for this, honestly, the vibe I'm getting is like you just swapped Ratchet's gender.
Fair enough, I suppose. I agree with that.
I don't hate the result of that. I probably like it a little better than Ratchet, but I don't know. There's not a whole lot to say outside of that.
Where did I put Ratchet and Ironhide? Yeah, I think just above Ratchet. I don't think she's better than Windcharger or Breakdown.
Okay.
Okay. Wow. Emil said Minerva is an S tier for me. The design is real cool, and she was the first ever female Transformers toy released.
Really? Okay, because I gotta
I
respect the OG a little
guess.
bit.
Yeah, but technically not the first female Transformer on screen, because again, we have Nova Storm, who again we established in part 1 that she is actually a female. And then
Which, yeah.
the female Autobots.
The ones where they announce them like an incel would, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, next up, oh boy. Another
This is an
six
interesting
chain
one.
another six changer.
A fucking
Six
six changer?
Yeah, remember Six Shot? I'm
Yeah.
guessing he was a real like big hit, especially in Headmasters. So they made another six changer in the form of Six Knight.
Six Knight. Oh my god, yeah.
It was actually a recolor of Quick Switch, who got advertised as Six Shot Son. I think I told you this last time.
I don't remember if you did.
Yeah, so originally when Six Shot got released in America, he was advertised as the Ultimate Transformers Challenge because of his his six forms, and then they released an Autobot counterpart in the form of Quick Switch, who was advertised as Six Shot Son. Don't ask me how that works.
Wasn't going to, because I don't want to get into the implications of Transformer reproduction. I was just happy understanding that they were just built like robots.
Yeah, that was my theory. Is just like Six Shot wanted to build another version of him, but it just turned against him.
Oh, like
that's my theory.
And the fucking what was the ones literally the entire like team that Starscream made to be served out to him, but they hate him. What was that one?
The Combaticons, Bruticus.
Yes.
Yeah, but they still ended up like working for him because Megatron forced Starscream to reprogram them so they'd be loyal.
Anyway, as far as Six Knight goes, I need to look into the alt because that's gonna make or break this.
Okay, the alt modes.
And
see what they look like.
It's kind of difficult to even tell what they are.
Okay, so they're roughly like this. Yeah, they are actually quite a ways different from Six Shot. So the gun form is almost the same. The spaceship is completely different. I think that's a Lynx for his animal mode.
A cat type thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then you have a battleship. At least I think that's a battleship.
Looks like a boat of some kind, yeah.
And then you have the subterranean drill tank, which pretty sure that was Nose Cone's alt mode, who we put pretty high.
I just don't think this one pulls the Six Shot thing off nearly as well.
Yeah, not nearly as iconic, but I still like him.
He's fine. I think is the best word to put for it. He's fine. He's not like bad or disgusting or awful or offensive, but he's not like great, amazing either. You know what I mean? He's just fine.
Yeah, I could see that. Also,
they could have fucked him up a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly. And his whole lore here is he's like a wandering samurai. So he was initially like recruited by the Decepticons, but then when he saw how they battled and like how much better the Autobots are, he switched sides. Right. So yeah, six changers, they don't stay loyal to the Decepticons for very long, it seems.
I was reading his lore. Like, he wants to be part of the Decepticons, so they tell him, go fight Jinrai. He gets his ass kicked, and he's like, well, maybe I shouldn't be with these guys, and then decides to do Autobots.
Yeah, that's actually kind of funny.
Now, right, so I'll let you place him overall on the tier list, but I will say for the record, he's not my favorite.
Again, not quite as strong as Six Shot, but he is still an interesting character. I'm gonna say just above above pipes below the aerial bots and and Computron. Yeah, and oh, I guess since I brought it up, it's probably worth showing you what Quick Switch actually looks like.
Yeah, it is literally just a recolor of that.
Yeah, do you like this color scheme better or worse than Six Night?
Probably Six Night better, just because this one looks way too busy for what it is.
It looks like he's rocking the Christmas tree look.
But, like, the teal in, like, the almost desaturated red, I'm not a huge fan of that.
All right.
All right.
I completely forgot where we left off, but okay, last. I think this is the last Autobot that we have to go over. Grand Maximus.
So what's up with him having like 4 guns?
Honestly thought you would have seen it a lot sooner, but he's basically just a recolor of Fortress Maximus.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah, I can see that.
yeah, that was kind of his thing. He had these guns in ridiculous places.
Also not one of my favorites, but it's
all right, but again, not. Honestly, if you put them like side to side, it's like. Let me just do this for a quick comparison. It's just like they're just color swapped. It feels like.
Yeah, not a whole lot of things change between their designs. They're very samey.
Yeah, and their lore. His lore is okay. He's literally the younger brother of Fortress Maximus. So yeah, that kind of checks out.
Which, why are you trying to apply human concepts of fraternity to robots? It's just, you're just asking for another can of worms. As for his design, I think he does it roughly the same to his counterpart, just because his color scheme being reshuffled isn't really doing a whole lot for me, and his guns are cool, I guess, but if anything, they just come off as silly.
Yeah.
Like overly silly. Like there's this concept that applies to Pokemon in particular, to where if the designer feels like it's too cool or too silly, they'll like try to dial it back and try to find some sort of balance between them. This feels like it's striking the same balance but not necessarily doing it better, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, Emil saying, who? I have never seen this guy. Still, I like the quick... okay, he was talking about Six Night.
Oh.
And he said he liked the quick switch color scheme better. Again, that's all up for debate. And this tier list is on Tier Maker. So if you ever want to undergo this insane task yourself, be my guest. But yeah, I'm feeling better about placing him right below Fortress Maximus because again, he's a son, technically. And it's roughly the same. It's just color swapped, and you gave him the foot gun, the leg guns, and chest guns.
It just feels like a color scheme switch, and what little they did actually change about the model itself doesn't really greatly diminish or improve it in any way. So it's kind of sort of just the same rank.
Again, in my opinion, I feel like Metroplex and Triptychon and even Scorponok did the City Titan Transformer thing better.
Omega Supreme did it a lot better.
Yeah, and he technically wasn't even considered a Titan when he was first made. They just made him like, I think he was like a base former or something, but then he later got nicknamed he was later classed as a Titan. And yeah, even Omega Supreme did it better.
But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Grand Maximus, just it's whatever, honestly.
Yeah. I feel you on that. All right, now I think we're finally on to the Decepticons of this series. So,
are we now?
Okay, yeah, I just gotta make sure I'm going to the right ones here. I think this is Hydra. Let me. Okay, yeah, this is Hydra.
Okay. I'm a fan of the alt mode, not so much the robot mode.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see the robot mode, but the alt mode, I love this because it's a again flexing my Av Geek knowledge here. This is a Panavia tornado, and it's basically like a one-tailed version of the F-14 Tomcat, which is a fan favorite in the aviation community. Like again, I agree with you on this one. The alt mode's great. The robot mode though is a bit off.
It leaves a lot to desire. It's not like offensive, but it's just not great.
Doesn't really I will say though, the
Trust me,
animation model does.
Yeah, I'm giving this much more credit than the still frame from the animation model is giving it, because the animation model looks like crap, but the figurine, like I could definitely see what they're trying to do here, but it's still not amazing.
I was gonna say the opposite, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking for this one, I want to stick him in B tier. Honestly,
I'm not
the
feeling that he's
question
better than
is
the Conehead.
okay. Just below them, it's
I don't know. Is he better than I forget? I'm already forgetting the name of Well, I don't know. Sea Spray is at least a little bit charming. I don't know. He doesn't really do that for me.
yeah okay. I'll put him below Sea Spray and Perceptor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting to the. Emil says we're getting to the point where Hasbro and Zatara are like, oh no, we don't have any money. Looks to this side, and what if we make him black and say that's a new character? Oh,
I thought that was just like their.
they were referring to Grand Maximus for that.
Oh, because I was gonna say, didn't they do that multiple times? We had literally like 10 fucking different characters that were the same model. That's like the
Yeah, the
Seekers. That's not even an
Seekers, and
exaggeration.
hell, you could even chalk that for the Coneheads because they were technically retools of Starscream as well.
I mean, at least they did something a little different with the Coneheads. With a lot of the Seekers and like the Rainmasters, it was just literally the exact same model.
Yeah. Now, next up, Buster. Trent.
Okay.
Okay, a little bit stands out a little bit more.
I
Slightly
don't
better alt
like.
mode.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm gonna say the alt mode. I like the last one's a little better, but the robot mode definitely is a lot stronger on this one.
Okay, I thought this was like hold up. One version has canards on the front, the other doesn't. That's weird.
Is that the same figure?
Maybe I'm gonna just quick pull this up then.
I know what you're talking about. There's those little fins right behind the cockpit, but like, what the? I noticed that. I'm like, what the hell? Why? Unless it's like a little like rubber plastic piece that comes off pretty easily, but I think there'd be like a somewhere that would attach to if that
Maybe
was the
they fold.
case.
Maybe they fold in, and they just didn't show that for the picture.
Maybe I'm kind of seeing like a slot where they would go into, but huh.
This might sound strange, but I feel like this would be Optimus Prime's alt mode if you. This is what Optimus Prime would look like if he was a jet, not a truck.
I feel like just saying that on its face is sacrilege, because why? How dare you insinuate that Optimus Prime would be anything other than a truck? Besides like Beast
Yeah,
Wars, where he became a
exactly.
fucking gorilla for some reason.
and technically a mastodon as well, because literally one of the Japanese Beast Wars, they came up with Big Convoy, which Convoy was Optimus Prime's name in Japan. So they took Optimus Prime's like likeness and they turned him into they made his alt mode a mastodon.
I honestly like that a little more than the gorilla. But anyway, back to Buster over here. Not horrendous. I mean, it's not doing anything particularly wrong. It's just not really
Doesn't really
standing
stand
out to
out as
me.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
I am a little bit partial to the F-16 alt mode, especially since the canards on it. It's reminding me of a fictional aircraft that I played as in one of my recent games. But yeah, not much else to say about it. I think I'm. You think like around the same area as Hydra?
Probably.
Let's see, where did I put All right, just below Sea Spray.
Okay.
All right, the next one I have a little bit more knowledge on because he was actually released in America. So, Double Clouder, aka Double Dealer. First off,
Okay,
is
so
all what's with what?
the colloquial name? You called him Double Cloud, but is that what people call him Double Dealer?
So he was released in America as Double Dealer, but his name in the cartoon was Double Clouder.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but as for
He's got like a bird.
yeah, he's a bird, and then he's a goddamn ballistic missile truck.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous, and I love it.
And like the missile comes off and he gets like a giant gun. What the hell?
Yeah, he also has
I have
he has two like cassette partners. Like I'm not even sure. Like maybe like one cassette partner, and then the other is Godmaster
it,
component.
it looks like that he has extra pieces to bring him into this like bird-esque mode, but I don't what the fuck is going on here?
See if there's any information about him on here. Okay, yeah, Double Dealer is unique in that he holds a place in both the Autobot and Decepticon armies. Okay,
What?
so he's loyal to whoever's paying him. I feel like this might be different than his. Okay, it might be different than his Japanese depiction. No longer a Power Master, he was now characterized as a God Master. Okay, so kind of the same thing here. Wait a minute. So I'm reading through this. Clouder has one Autobot bracelet and one Decepticon. Okay. Enabling him to don two different sets of armor. Okay, so that explains this here.
Okay.
He's welcome
Like,
into the full.
because looking into this, it's kind of difficult to even understand what's supposed to be happening from a lore standpoint. Like, I would understand if it was like, I don't know, like, what was that other, um, what was that other Transformer from G1 that had a Decepticon robot form and an Autobot robot form? Kind of like that.
Punch and counterpunch.
Yeah, I can understand if it was something like that, but that's somehow even more confusing than just one that's a double agent.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm just okay. That is
Yeah, that's the one I
actually
was looking at earlier.
ridiculous looking. The bird actually has the giant bomb underneath its well between its talons.
Yeah, this one's bizarre.
Yeah, but I like the robot mode here. I love the ballistic missile truck. Again, it's just
I
utterly
do.
ridiculous, and I love it for that.
I can
The
appreciate it for
the
that. Yeah.
characterization is a bit all over the place, but again,
From a purely
we're in
design
relatively
standpoint,
unknown territory for us here, so we
from a
cut a bit of
purely design standpoint, it looks pretty cool to me.
yeah. What are we
I
thinking?
I don't love the color scheme, but it's not like again not offensive. As for its placing, maybe around I don't know, maybe high A feels comfortable.
Yeah, just for like they're less because they're less notable. I'm putting them below the female Autobots.
Okay.
And yeah, Emil says I like the U.S. colors more. Wait, the U.S. colors more. Were they slightly different?
I think what we're just looking at was like the Japanese toy release and not the American one. Unless there's just a completely different figure entirely that I'm missing out on.
No, they don't look that much different. Maybe Double Clouder
There is
looks
a slight
little
difference
light.
in color scheme.
It's a little lighter, but it's not nearly as notable. Not nearly as noticeable as like some recolors.
And overall, I think it's comfortable where it is right now.
Yeah, we'll stick with it. All right. Who do we have next? All right. I just got to quick search up the names real quick so that I don't end up losing track here. Okay, so this is Wilder. Again, it definitely seems like they were running into walls when it came to coming up with names here.
I'm not gonna like any of these names.
Yeah. And also the whole Headmasters Junior thing that they, oh my goodness, that is terrifying right there. I'm gonna have nightmares of this thing.
What the hell? That's his alt mode?
Yeah, that's his alt mode. A werewolf. A freaking werewolf with bat wings. Who conjured this thing up?
I hate this.
I think
I wanted to like the pink color scheme.
I like the robot mode looks solid. But that alt mode though, just good lord. I think we have another one for F tier.
Yeah, I really wanted to like this one a lot, but I just don't. The alt mode just awful.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Brain Rot Transformer or the Quintesson, but it's still awful. I'm sorry. Actually, I feel like these other ones are going to end up here as well because
Bull and Crab Monster.
I gotta. Okay, so Emil said that Double Dealer was essentially Lockdown before Lockdown existed.
Okay. So that makes sense, but Bullhorn is not nearly as offensive, but I still don't like him at all.
Oh man, they're literally saying like, who was cooking into who in Takara was cooking this up at the time?
Get them out of the kitchen. God damn.
The kitchen of horrors. Okay, but this one isn't nearly as bad as Wilder. It's still genuinely terrifying, but that was not nearly as bad. The color scheme's actually pretty solid. The blue and the pink, I think it's all right.
Okay, yeah.
And the robot mode has the hockey helmet, as I like to call it.
Right. I mean, I still wouldn't put it any higher than like B.
I'm thinking like, again, for its...
You're shitting me.
But yeah.
Sorry, I heard the wifey in the background. I'm thinking
fine.
just above Target Masters for now.
Yeah. I can live with that.
Yeah. The last one here is Cancer. I better not get cancer by looking at this.
I have my concerns.
Oh, good lord.
What is this?
They said it was a crab monster. And, well, crab monster is right. I can't find an animation picture of the alt mode, but that toy alt mode is like... That is... Oh, I'm sorry, but that is bad right there.
Yeah, I'm about to agree. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Okay, I found it.
Doesn't make it
Go.
better. Doesn't make any more sense.
The head is so. Oh, put it back. Put it back in the box and never take it out again. I will say better than Wilder. Still bad comedy though.
Yeah.
Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who was cooking this up at the time? Oh Lord.
They just named one Blood. That is his actual name.
I will say, if they ever do, like, again, if they ever make an official English translation for this, they gotta change some of these names up because this is just horrible.
It's not like they can JoJo it up again because it's already pretty horrendous.
Yeah. Okay. So Emil said that Bullhorn's US name was way better. He was literally horrible. And I'm pretty sure he got a figure recently as like an exclusive Target release.
Huh.
But yeah, as for his Pretender alt mode, I'm sorry, but I feel like we're gonna have quite the list of ones that are going in F tier.
What is that? What is
that? An ogre. That is an ogre right there. Ay. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's like, you know how the Autobot pretenders, they turn into humans. These ones turn into goddamn like what would be the term? Like Lovecraftian freaking Lovecraftian monstrosities.
What am I supposed to say to this? This is offensive. This one is actually offensive.
I'm sorry, but hey, the robot in the alt mode actually looks solid, but I
just can't get over the
that beast mode though. Oh, hey.
I hate it.
Nope. Yeah, this is going. It's going below.
Yeah, that one's even worse than
yeah. Ugh. And Cancer's. Why? Emil just said this. Cancer's name in America was Squeeze Play.
Don't ever say that again.
Who was cooking this up? Who was cooking these names up? Like, seriously.
That's like hilariously bad.
They were, I guess they were, they really were throwing everything at the wall at the time, and it just didn't come out nearly as good. Okay. This one I am a little bit more familiar with. This is freaking Skullgrin in America. Yeah, I know we said we weren't going to be judging the Pretenders as much based on like their human, or in this case for the Decepticons, their beast modes, but this is still awful. The tank mode looks sick.
Yeah,
but I can't get past this.
Yeah. Yeah, robot and tank mode look great. I hate whatever the fuck they're doing in that third mode.
Yeah, freaking, again, a Lovecraftian monstrosity there.
There's still one more.
I will say the robot and the tank mode carried it just a bit above freaking Blood.
Mm-hmm.
But not. I would still say it's worse than Scavenger, even with his with the fact that his figure recently has his dingling that could stink out.
We love Transformers with weirdly phallic appendages.
Ay. All right, the last one is Gilmer. Please don't be as bad as the last ones. Please. No.
That's still pretty bad. Maybe not as horrendous, but like that's still not great. And like the alt doesn't even save it either. I think it's honestly worse than fucking Doros.
They did the submarine thing. It's just worse.
Like his color scheme's okay, but his fucking beast mode looks like a completely different character.
Yeah, I think they tried to make the. Oh, good lord! I was gonna say like the fish with legs.
That's I don't know. Is that less or more offensive than the brain rot transformer?
Less offensive because that's a shark with shoes.
Shark with shoes.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna forgive this thing for. I literally made a meme on that on the Transformers meme subreddit.
Subreddit.
Yeah, I'm speaking like ooh woo anime girl now. I'm sorry, but being a VTuber is starting to wear off on me.
Uwu, can you updo my post on the subreddit? Uwu.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Emil says this. I'm starting to think that we were starting to get it harsh with the brain rot transformer.
Honestly,
I mean, really?
that was just like like a goon squad, which is some of the most horrendous ones we've seen yet.
Yeah, but oh man. It probably was like good back then, but the fact that, brain rot exists now, I can't unsee it. So
And the next one looks like it was made by AI.
okay, this one not nearly as bad. His name is Browning. Which
Why is he named that?
because Browning is the name of a gun manufacturer and he literally turns into a gun.
Oh.
Yeah, so basically
you weren't kidding. That is just a gun.
yeah, basically Megatron, but actually scale accurate now because according to the wiki, he's apparently a small pet transformer given to Cancer and Mega from Mega. Okay, so not quite. He doesn't turn into like a Browning model gun, but still, Browning's the name of a gun manufacturer.
Right, I knew that. And honestly, that's even funnier than Megatron because that's not even like a main character or anything. That's just like a side character that just so happens to turn into a fucking handgun.
Yeah.
You could not sell that toy in America. You legally could not.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, maybe you could if you did the whole orange tip thing.
But the entire body's like chrome.
Yeah. In the animation, it looks more orange. If they did that,
like
though,
a rust color, yeah.
Yeah, if they did that in America, they probably would have gotten away with it. But again, they still need to do the orange
just
tip.
For being is like just that one's just a gun. I want to give it points for that.
Absolutely, yeah, it's ridiculous. And honestly, with the lack of mass shifting for this one, I would say that he pulls off the gun thing better than Megatron.
Because Megatron does it a little differently because Megatron's meant to be like a gun, like a transformer-sized gun. Like he turns into a pistol for Starscream. This one, I assume he turns into a pistol, like a human-sized pistol, and that's even funnier to me.
So the size for these monstrosities to use in their beast mode, which I want to say is roughly the size of a human.
So I guess that's not entirely inaccurate.
Yeah, I would say like I feel like around the area of the Target Masters is like appropriate because it literally fulfills a similar role to them.
Okay, but the Target Masters are like cartoonish laser style guns. This is just an actual gun.
Yeah, like an actual
like
handgun.
Issue handgun, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but just that concept of a gun transformer, just unapologetic firearm transformer is just very funny to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still thinking like here's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Also, hey Ruby fan, thanks for the follow.
Oh.
Yeah, I had the follower alert play in the background while we were discussing that. But yeah, glad to have you on board for this. We're just here tonight.
Gun transformer.
Yeah, we just ranked a gun transformer. A bit out of context there, but glad to have you on board for tonight. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, howdy. All right, next up. Okay, these are the fire cons. Which cool sub-faction name. Pretty weird names for like their, actual names.
I have not seen a name that I particularly enjoy just yet.
Don't worry, it will get better once we eventually get to the next series.
Oh, what is this trio over here? What is their whole thing?
So I'm not exactly sure. It's just that they just look like roughly the same. Yeah, pretty good. I saw the Reddit post and decided to hop in. Oh, thanks for taking notice of that and hopping in. Maybe you could would love to see your comments on some of the ratings that we've done so far. I mean, we've done all of American G1 so far. Right now we're on the Japanese series, currently on Super God Master Force, the tail end of it.
Right. And honestly, there's not even a whole lot to say about a lot of them because unless it's like particularly good or particularly bad, we don't have a whole lot to say on it at all.
Okay, so this is a case where the Transformer had the name was used on two different figures. So I'm guessing this is the American one. The American one actually looks pretty sick. Guzzle turning into a tank. But this one, I don't know. G1 Transformers Master Force.
Oh.
Oh no. Well, I think I know what we have coming up next.
You're joshing. That is not no.
Oh god, more nightmare fuel for me. I'm not gonna hesitate a second with this. All three of these suckers are going in bad comedy tier.
You're so bad. Like, I'd hate to shit on them that much. This is probably someone's favorite Transformers series, but like, oh my god, what is happening in this series?
Their favorite faction here, but still, it's not up our alley. I'm sorry. Okay,
and they look horrendous. It's just that, just conceptually, just what are you doing?
I didn't even get a good look at like what their actual job is. Okay, they're a drone. They attack it. Okay, so there's like multiple of these guys.
So they're meant to be like deployed in a squad and just fuck shit up. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, basically this series equivalent of the Insecticons, it seems.
At least the Insecticons had like compelling designs. This one just
yeah, they're all just clones. Okay, a Ruby fan says I may not add much. It's been a minute since I've been into Transformers, so I'm just relearning as we go along.
And maybe probably learning
new stuff because this is relatively unexplored territory, even for the both of us.
Yeah, I know literally nothing about the Japanese G1 lines, so this is gonna be an adventure for me. And honestly, it's been a good belly laugh because a lot of these are just so absurd or bad.
So bad. It's like actually ridiculous.
Don't get me wrong. Next I liked Gaijin Rai, but this is just becoming
and Metal Hawk.
Yeah.
All right, next up, okay, we might tone things down a little bit because we have a combiner group coming up.
Okay.
And you know me, I'm a little bit partial towards combiners.
Is one a spider?
These are so these are the Seacons. They're all sort of like ocean creatures.
Oh.
So I think I did this in like name order. So the first one up is Turtler.
I'm not going to get over these names. I can't.
Well, I mean, at least this one kind of makes sense. The alt mode's a little bit terrifying, but at least it. Oh man, yeah, these are all terrifying, but at least I could get behind him a little bit because
Check
the
them one
color
by
scheme
one,
makes a
see if
bit more
they-
sense. The color scheme makes a bit more sense compared to some of these other ones up here.
Right.
Yeah, a very original name there, Ruby fan. It's just Turtle with an R.
Hurdler.
Yeah. Because robot mode, though, honestly, kind of giving me vibes from the Target Masters with the two guns on his back.
I don't hate it though. Like his color scheme's kind of girly pop. I like it.
What are we thinking with them?
Good question. Not sure.
I think they're a little bit better than the horror, not the horror cons, the terror cons.
Yeah.
And
But
since
above the Target Masters?
they're around the same area as the Target Masters, or at least this one is, because it's giving me the same vibes as them.
Browning is goofy, but I can at least enjoy him for what he is. The rest of them are just eh.
Where were you thinking of putting them?
That's about where I'd say, honestly.
All right. Emil said that someone in Takara really had a fetish for monster bots. Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
God.
Well, actually, I think it was someone in Hasbro as well, because they also released those guys, well, granted under different names, but still.
The fact that they looked at that design at all and said, yes, good, release that. Oh my god.
Yeah. Freaking He-Man-esque monsters.
At least
And now-
that matched the visual style of He-Man. This just looks out of place.
Yeah, those ones did.
Alright, so
Anyways,
what's
Emil
next?
also says this. These guys had a theme song, and it's a banger. I love it for that.
Okay.
I might have to show you that after we do this list, because last time I showed clips on stream, I ended up getting a content ID strike on YouTube. Yeah, it's a bit sad. Yeah, it's a special attack. Okay, Ruby fan says it's a special attack is to say it's turtling time and then throw tortoises at the enemy.
Please tell me that's real. Please tell me that's real.
I wish, but no, it turns into a turtle.
Okay.
All right,
It's
next up.
turtle time.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking right now, the giant tortoises that show up in Terraria, they literally just roll up in their shell and roll at you, dealing an insane amount of damage.
All right, next up,
up
I don't
is
like his color scheme really as much.
all right. I gotta make sure that this is over. Okay, I need to. Guess I have to Google this one then. Overbite. Yep, this is Overbite, and okay, again, more nightmare fuel for me.
It's a shark with legs.
No, why'd you have to? Well, you know where that one's gonna end up.
You're not gonna like this one at all.
Just above. Freaking, I forgot his name already.
Like, I don't hate him to nearly the same degree. I think he does something a little bit better than fucking Brain Rot Transformer did, but I still don't love it at all.
Yeah,
A lot of these are gonna be pretty bad. I can tell.
Well, I mean, at least the last one went in like B tier, which is solid, but this one, no.
And it's like it's literally comical levels of shark with legs. It's literally just you stapled like a pair of human legs onto like the back end of a shark, and it's called it good.
Freaking yeah. Well, again, around the same area as Ripper Snapper. Yikes.
I forgot that was his name, Ripper Snapper.
Okay. Next one. Yeah. I thought he would turn into a Kraken, but no, he turns into a stingray.
Kraken's the stingray.
Because that makes sense.
That one's not awful. That one's not
awful. That
awful.
one is actually probably one of the better ones of the group.
Yeah. Probably one of my favorite ones so far, honestly.
Yeah, there is an actual like one in here that turns into like an octopus or a squid or something.
And that one wasn't named Kraken?
Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are.
Yeah, probably just above Turtler, but not much higher.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
His robot form is kind of I do like his ult form though.
All right,
Lob Claw. How's it gonna fuck this one up?
Let's find out. Oh,
Brother.
Lord. A
Brother.
nightmare lobster.
That's the one that I hated.
Yikes. And then freaking. He's
He's got like the spider legs in the back.
Wait a minute. No, this is Lobclaw, the one.
Yeah.
This one.
Okay, well, now that we've judged it, we can say it's awful. I hate it.
Yeah. I'm going to put it. I don't think it's nearly as bad as some of these other ones so far, but.
Okay, fair. I'll give you that
just
it's not
the
like,
bottom of D tier again.
Jesus, a lot of these are just not good at all.
Again, don't worry. We're almost at the end of this gauntlet.
I think I figured out which one's the octopus.
Yeah.
Gulf Coelacanth? What a random.
His alt mode is Coelacanth.
I know, but like.
Oh, good lord.
This is literally
okay, they had to make it. So they decided to do the Tralalero Tralala thing, except with the piranha instead.
This is literally Whippersnapper.
Not much better.
Whatever the fuck is I think he's lower than that, honestly, because at least Whippersnapper had a decent color scheme going on. This one just has the pinking, which just makes it even worse.
Okay, yeah, I'll agree with that. All right, last one actually is an actually decent name, I'd say. And this, okay, the squid's not nearly as bad, but squid with legs.
It's not even just like they don't even fully commit to the squid thing. It's just a squid with legs. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. Man, it's funny that like half the team ended up above F tier, but the rest are like in F tier. In fact, not even that. They ended up all over the place.
Look, I don't think we have a form. I'm peeking ahead a little bit. That one saves it the rest of the team a little, but all of them like on their own are like either meh or just awful.
Yeah, I'm putting him here.
Yeah, that's comfortable. All right, what's the combiner form called?
I'm trying to decide whether I should use their Americanized name or their American name or their Japanese name, which is King Poseidon. But yeah, let me search up. Literally named after a god here. Yeah. Putting the god in Super God Master Force.
Jesus, his fucking animated depiction looks way too busy.
Oh my, that is a very unique looking sword there.
The sword is honestly my favorite part. The rest of it just looks too jumbled and messy.
Yeah,
like, I don't know what it is. Like other combiners have like asymmetrical parts that don't look horrendous. This one just, I'm struggling to pinpoint what exactly it is. Like the parts that are symmetrical just don't look very good at all, and the parts that aren't just look out of place and make it look imbalanced.
Yeah, I could see that. I'm trying to remember what these guys' actual like Americanized name is. Okay, I'll just search up their C-Cons because that's the team name. C-Cons. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find it, but still, I want to say it's not as bad as the worst combiner so far, which is Abominus, literally an abomination.
But at least
but not above anything else.
Low B tier. I don't even think it deserves that.
Okay, then where are you thinking, Tisha?
I don't think he's better than Road King.
Okay. Thinking
like maybe just there.
All right, then.
It feels at least semi-right for now. We could probably change it later if we feel like it, but for right now, that just... And it sucks because I want to like this design more than I do. The idea of a bunch of Transformers, like a combiner team even, being like sea creatures is pretty cool, but they just did not Half the time they like didn't even commit to the beast form all the way, so it's like this weird humanoid animal hybrid chimera abomination. And like I said, even Abominus, the literal abomination combiner, looks like more cohesive and better than that.
Okay, I found their Americanized name. It's Piranacon.
I don't. This Master Force series just had some of the weakest names I've ever heard out of the franchise as a whole.
Yeah, King Poseidon.
Like I'm sorry if this is this is someone's favorite series, and I'm sorry, but I just cannot get behind it.
I feel like this one in particular, I've seen a lot of fans defending the Seacons. They're probably going to have our head for this, but you know what? I'm going to say the same thing that I said before. This is just two people's opinions on this. If you want to rate them yourself, the tier list is on Tier Maker.
Yeah, because specifically Master Force, it's just I'm sorry to anyone who really loves Master Force. I can't. It's not vibing. It's not. 'Cause, like I didn't even come from G1, and yeah, maybe that's part of it, but just nothing about that feels like it works all that well.
Honestly, neither did I at first. But, having just finished the series recently.
I mean, maybe I'll try and watch a couple episodes of Master Force, but if I can't get behind it, I can't get behind it. I don't know what else to tell you. So,
well, I mean, you might like the story more than the actual like Transformers designs. But
let's face it, G1 wasn't amazing about that either.
But yeah, okay, so at least in the later half.
So when it comes, okay, so where are we when it comes to like our placement? Are the rest of these Master Force as well?
The last, I want to say 4 of these guys are Master Force. I'm just trying to find out who the white one is.
Okay, because I was thinking like after we finish Master Force, that's at least a good time for an intermission.
Okay, wait, no, this guy is in Victory. So after we finish these 3.
Okay, so yeah, after these 3, we'll take an intermission.
All right, so okay, Emil brings up this. It's cool. Everybody has their own opinion, and I like them because they are funny for me, and the colors are cool.
Right.
Yeah, the Seacons they were referring to.
And like
yeah, fair enough. I suppose it's just that
favorite.
Yeah,
even if it's not like Emil's favorite, it's at least someone's favorite, and I can appreciate it for what it is. It's just not really vibing with personally.
Well, they did say that they like these guys because they had a theme song.
Right.
But anyways, at least I think these 2 at the very least saved the Decepticon faction for Master Force. So the first one up here is Overlord.
Overlord, okay.
Who is also technically a Godmaster, or yeah, I think they're a Godmaster. Yeah, they're a Godmaster. So Overlord.
Ambassador of Destruction. What the hell?
A combination of Giga's tank and Mega's jet forms. Okay, that's not... Wow, it just led me to here, it seems. But anyways, I'll get the picture of them up here.
Is he actually turned into a Blackbird before Jetfire did that in Revenge of the Fallen?
I think this is supposed to be, again, it's two different vehicles that form into the robot form.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
So yeah, this is Mega's form, which is the jet. And keep in mind, again, these are Godmasters, so 2 humans form... A human forms their engine component. So, okay, and the other one turns into a tank.
Lore.
Yeah, definitely strange. So, okay, so these are all disassembled, it looks like. The tank is supposed to have a barrel.
Right.
All right, there we go. It's funny it's interesting. Okay. It's funny that the jet is bigger than the tank form. You'd think that they're roughly the same size because they form like roughly half of each parts of the body.
Does he have like a city mode? What the hell is that little one on the bottom?
Yeah, I think that's a city mode.
So, immediate first impressions, it's a little busy.
Yep, I can definitely see that. Let me see. Let me pull up their actual. Yeah, they have a base mode.
Okay.
I don't.
So this is definitely one of the cooler ones in my opinion, but it's not like eye-poppingly fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like remember the duocons that we had earlier with Battle Trap and Flywheels? It's
Yeah,
basically
that's what I
a
was
bigger
thinking.
version of them.
So it's like, let me get this straight. These are two robots that have independent alt forms, but no independent robot form, and they don't even have a robot form until they combine into Overlord.
Yeah, and the two individual like alt mode forms, they're basically in the form of humans, or the humans turn into their engines.
Which that's a whole concept in Master Force I'm still struggling to wrap my head around.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it's like the headmasters where it's like, how do the human components, or at least in America, how do the human components or the alien components form into their heads? Are they just like super flexible? Like, how does that work? But anyways,
Right.
overall, again, I feel like one of the stronger designs of Master Force, just for like the robot mode and the alt modes and the
Yeah,
name, it's
I can
actually
agree
a
with that.
good name, unlike some of the other ones that we went over so
It's
far.
still not stellar, but I don't hate it.
What are you thinking, Tisha?
That's a good question, honestly. I'm thinking like at the absolute lowest high B tier, but I'm thinking like mid A realistically.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same here. I'm I'm trying to find where the duocons are because I want to put them like a little bit above them. Okay, here they are. Just below Bumblebee, I think.
Yeah, that feels right.
Yeah, Overlord.
'Cause I definitely
Emil
don't like them as much as Cosmo.
Emil says that Overlord is a peak design.
It is
Takara
pretty
had this
good.
Takara had this weird obsession that almost every big toy needed a base mode. For example, Jinrai had one as well. Oh right,
Genrai
that
had a base
reminded me
mode?
that his trailer, not God Bomber, but his trailer component could turn into a base if you
Oh, I
didn't
see.
want it to turn into the armor.
Huh.
All right.
What
Next
the
up is
fuck is going on here?
Black Zarek, who I'm pretty sure is just Scorponok, but yep, literally just Scorponok, but black and gold now.
So it's literally like Scorponok was this character recolored.
Okay, yeah, let me read this up. Japan followed up Has Masters with another, which featured character Black Zarek, who is remolded and
Also,
repainted Scorponok.
okay, so Scorponok came first, actually.
Yeah. Okay, and it was revealed that Black Zarek is actually Scorponok in an additional episode produced after the end of the series. So yeah, Scorponok and Black Zarek are basically one and the same.
Hold on, I'm going back to that thing you just said. They said that in the series later on, it was revealed that those two are actually the same character.
Yes.
Black Zarek is Scorponok, like in
Yes.
canon. That's 100% a thing.
Mm-hmm. I think it was like,
Okay.
I think what ended up happening was like around the time that ugh, after the headmasters, he ended up dying or something. Yes. I'm trying to read through all this as fast as I can. Yes, Gorponok died, but I'm guessing this was like how he got. This is the form that he got resurrected as.
And I was reading a little bit up, and it sounds like uh Scorponok was Black Zarok, or the other way around, but like it was their headmaster that changed, and that's what changed their identity.
Yeah, basically.
Interesting. But as for Black Zarak himself, this is the one where I was staring at him like, this is okay. The last one was a little busy, but at least it could work. This one's like grossly busy.
Grossly busy, huh?
Like there's too much going on. He's got like the weird, like three-tipped spear, like guns on the front and backs of his shoulders, that weird thing on his arm. It's just I don't particularly like this one.
Really, I thought it was all right. Maybe not as iconic as Scorponok, but I thought it was all right.
Significantly weaker than Scorponok. Like the color
Really?
scheme kind of works, but I don't know. Compare it to Scorponok on the list. See where I should place him in relativity to that.
Scorponok was at the top of A tier, I believe.
He definitely deserves that.
As for Black Zarek, you thinking just a little below him, or where were you thinking?
Probably a lot below him, actually.
Okay, like where exactly? Like
Where is
low,
Scorponok?
mid?
I cannot see him in this list.
Again, right at the top of A tier.
Yeah, because probably lower than like the aerial bots, because at least Scorponok had something go like looking at him. Yeah, the parts are a lot of the parts are the same, but just the proportioning can help with the design significantly. And the head is another thing, another point of contention. Like the head on Black Zarak is just not doing it for me the way Scorponok does. Yeah, I think around there is good.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree. I'm thinking not as good as Six Knight, but better than Pipes and the two Battle Chargers.
Right.
Now, the last one that we have here for Master Force is a case similar to the Quintessons here, where it's not technically a Transformer, but it is a robotic entity that represents the Decepticon faction, Devil Z. I think you probably know where I'm going to go with this one.
I've heard when I was reading through the other wiki articles, I kept hearing something called Devil Z. I'm just like, what the fuck is that? And I'm just through context clues, I'm just led to understand that it's like the basically like if not an analog to Megatron, then at least something similar, like a big bad of the series.
You know what? It's basically like the Decepticon counterpart to what was the supercomputer called? Vector Sigma. It's literally just that, a Decepticon version of Vector Sigma that rules the Decepticons at this time.
Yeah.
So basically, like an energy life form that's depicted as the Decepticon god. But is there really much to say about it? It's an energy life form, not really a robot.
It's honestly debatable whether it should be on this list at all.
Yeah, exactly. I just figured it'd be worth putting on because, again, I put the Quintessons up here, and in
But at
fact,
least
hell,
the
there's another one.
had like a mechanical form you could analyze. This is lacking that entirely.
Yeah. In fact, it's part of the lore that he ends up possessing Black Zarek.
What the fuck?
So maybe I should have just axed him and put Black Zarek on just him, but I don't know. I
feel like it's one of those cases where you'd be fucked if you did, fucked if you didn't, because if you didn't include it, someone
would have pointed it out.
Someone in chat would be like, "Where's Devil Z?" And it's like you can't even really rank him in the same way you do a lot of these ones. I don't know, just throw him in a fucking D tier, I guess, because he's literally just a floating glowing orb. What do you want me to say?
Exactly.
He's not like offensive like some of the other Seacons, but he's not like
or the Quintessons, because those the Quintessons were like a character that they were designed in a way that they were designed so that they were the kind of characters that you wanted to hate.
I'll put it this way, at least the Quintessons were bad, but at least there's something there. With Devil Z, like design-wise, purely from a design perspective, there's just nothing there. Literally nothing. It's not a robot, it is a floating ethereal entity. You can't really rank it in the same way we've been doing a lot of these bots.
So now that I'm thinking about it, it might be appropriate to actually make its own tier.
Yeah.
So I'm going to zoom out real quick so that I can do this.
Okay.
Add a row below. non-robot entity.
Yeah.
That works because there's another one that's going to end up in this tier as well.
Oh, you. Whoops.
All right. So we finally
you do have to fix the other one though because you kind of broke it.
Wait, what?
Non-robot entity. You have two tiers named that now.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
You better change that back to bad comedy. Okay, there we go.
All right. Oh, what? Your wife actually commented on the stream. Okay, well, I'd watch the stream, but the audio delay from my wife being in the same room, it's kind of difficult.
Oh, shit.
Well, again, she probably could just, mute it and, watch it in the background. But anyways, I think we are at a good point to take a little bit of a break so that we could stretch, get a drink, do whatever we need to. And then after that, we'll be getting into Transformers Victory, which debatably the best designs for the Japanese series. But we'll get to that in a bit.
First row immediately don't vibe with me. A little bit later they start to get a little better, but I'm gonna have a lot to say about these ones too.
We'll see. All right, guys. So we'll be back in a little bit, and we'll see you then.
Yes.
Okay, I'm back. right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and now we are going to be starting up the Transformers Victory segment of this list. So, we're actually starting off with a Decepticon here, even though I meant to start off with the next guy, but we'll get to him. First
So
up here
before we
is...
begin with this series, give me like an abridged version of it because Super God Master Force was a lot.
Okay, I'll give you a quick abridged version. And actually, since this guy is one of these types, I'm going to put him down here. So, Transformers Victory is supposed to be like a return to form for the Transformers series. So, before you had Headmasters, which was sort of like space adventure focused, almost sort of like season 3. And then you had Super God Master Force, which was focused more on the human combining with a Transformer aspect. This series kind of brought it back to Decepticons trying to steal the energy from Earth, and Autobots have to stop them.
Right.
And well, for this one, they didn't rely on Hasbro making toys before the series. This one, it was all Takara that made the designs.
So no input from Hasbro whatsoever. This is all Takara.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there were some retools, but they were pretty much indistinguishable from any of Hasbro's at the time.
Right.
Case in point, our first character, Star Saber, who's pretty much he's the leader of the Autobots during this time, quote unquote, the greatest swordsman in the universe, and leader of this multi-world peace alliance.
All right. So
now before we discuss the design, I need to talk about Star Saber's gimmick. So he is what's called a brain master. So he has a little component similar to a headmaster, but this one goes into his chest. And basically, it's called the Brain of Courage. It goes into his chest and then it forms his face. Again, don't ask me how that works. And that forms, well, the Saber component of him. And Saber himself is a pretty small bot, but I couldn't find like a clean PNG of him. So we're just going to be ranking him and his Star Saber form together. And then, after the Brain Master component goes into his chest and, he becomes Saber, he could basically then cube himself, I guess is like the right term. He turns into a cube with his head sticking out and then combines with this giant spaceship component to form Star Saber. So basically, they took the idea of God Jinrai and they turned it into a spaceship.
I'm trying to just process all of that. And okay, first of all, if we're going by just the image you're showing me on the tier list itself, that's also extremely busy. Is that like the combined Star Saber form?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, this is his this is the Star Saber form. He does have another combined form, which we'll get to in a bit.
Is that the one a little later in the list?
It's the one that's 2 over.
Okay. So I mean, this one feels like you should do a ranking of him on his own and then the combined form, but like I can see why you wouldn't because none of the other pieces are like their own independent characters.
Yeah, and I couldn't find a clean PNG form of him. And heck, the V-Star component, the Starship form, that does not have its own robot. You need Saber to form Star Saber, essentially.
Let me get this straight. Saber is like the base form.
Yeah, Saber is the base form. He has a little component that plugs into his chest to, activate him. And then when Saber goes into the V-Star, it forms Star Saber.
So a little confusing right off the bat, but now that I think I got my head around it, it's not horrendous, like conceptually. It definitely looks a little busy uh in its combined form, but it's not. It's giving me Gundam vibes, which is definitely not what I want out of Transformers,
Oh
but
my.
it's
I think it's
not.
probably worth mentioning this right now. The designer was heavily inspired by the RX 78-2 Gundam when
Okay,
designing
yeah.
this thing.
I can definitely see that DNA being in here a little bit. But it's a different take on the Transformer series that I've loved for a long time. Not necessarily in a bad way, just not necessarily in a way that clicks with me personally. Like it's not bad. I'd put a Star Saber over here in like high A, low B. Or yeah, oh, I'm sorry, low A, high B. There we go.
Low A, high B, huh? It
I'm
looks
sorry.
like it looks like
Did I say that
Emil
right?
agrees with you. Low A, high
Let's just give
B.
him. Let's give him mid A. Let's give him mid A, just to be fair.
Yeah, all right. I was honestly gonna put him in S tier, but
I mean, if you
you
want to put him
know,
in S, I'm fine with that.
let's see. I'm trying to scroll through the list here. I definitely think he's better than Metal Hawk.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm thinking right around here below the Protectobots for now. In fact, very similar color scheme to them. But yeah, we'll stick with that for now. Again, if we feel like moving any of these guys around, we'll do it later.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So remember Jinrai from earlier and how he basically ended up dying?
Uh-huh.
Wheeljack and Perceptor came back in Victory and rebuilt him into this thing called Victory Leo.
So just to summarize what you said, what we're looking at right now is Optimus Prime's, I guess, Jinrai's corpse, given more parts and other such things to become this.
Yes, they rebuilt him like completely so that he wasn't even recognizable from Jinrai. Well, I mean, he still has the jetpack thing going on in his back, but other than that, he doesn't turn into a truck.
There's so much to say about this.
And here he's a triple changer technically as well.
What's the third form?
Okay, so he has the robot form, he has the lion form, and he also has this ridiculous looking spaceship form with the giant gun that I'm not even sure I'd call that a spaceship. It just looks like an orbital cannon.
And then it's just like he's got the rest of his robot or the rest of his lion form just below him. Would you? I'm pretty sure there's like a name for that, where just like other parts of the forms are just like haphazardly hanging off the model in another form. Like that's a pretty good example of that in that figure you just showed me, where most of his lion parts are just balled up under him.
Victory. What was it? Parts forming. I think that's the term. I'm not sure.
You use the term kibble a lot. I don't remember what that term is.
Like all the components hanging off. Let me see if I could, because he did actually get both him and Star Saber got a recent HasLab release. Maybe that cleans it up a little bit. Okay, yeah, I could definitely see that. The legs, he actually has like 4 legs, technically. But yeah, the animation model is not as clean as the HasLab release. Or maybe, I don't know. I don't mind it as much. But I can see what Emil says. I hate Victory Leo. What did they do to my boy?
I mean, I feel like I want to like it more than I actually do, because it's not like a stupid direction for the character. It's just I'm not sure if they pulled it off as well as they. It feels like it feels like it feels like a what's the word? A flaw in execution rather than a flaw in concept.
Okay, yeah, I could kind of understand that. Where were you? Where would you think to rank him? Because I don't want to put him lower than. I don't want to put him like lower than high B tier. Personally,
I was thinking like around mid B tier at the best. Because
okay.
like, because conceptually very okay design, but in practice you got machine guns on the hips, a jetpack, two little massive guns that just protrude from his fucking back for some reason. It's there are things I really like about it, things I really don't like about it. So I think it kind of averages out.
Okay, I actually have a new chatter here. Cass Binus. They claim to rebuild him completely in the same way Principal Skinner claimed to cook steamed hams in The Simpsons.
In the sense that they said they didn't really actually do that, because it feels a lot more like a really, it feels like it would be a lot better as an independent character than it would be like a rebirth of Jinrai.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm thinking just above Bombshell. That
Yeah,
good?
yeah.
All right. Now, like God Jinrai, these two can these two can combine into Victory Saber.
You know how there's like it's a stereotypical thing for just Japanese media, especially of this sort, just like combine and combine and combine and get stronger and larger to like an over the top sense.
That's this.
That's this. Yes, that's what this feels like. This feels, in a word, over the top. Like the combiners were kind of pushing it, but this is just. It really does feel like the logical conclusion of a lot of samey robot mech animes that existed in the 80s and 90s. Even like Evangelion did this to better to a certain point, but this is just I don't know, Chief.
I want to be a bit more forgiving to it because again, this was probably about as far as they took it. And again, I'm a bit partial to the design as a whole.
Like Victory Leo and Star Saber on their own were pretty okay characters that were on their own already pretty busy, but then you just put them together and then you get this monstrosity. I'm sorry, it doesn't vibe with me. I don't know what it is.
Where were you thinking of putting it?
D tier.
Oh no. I'm not no, not that harsh.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's like design wise, I don't think it's worse than a lot of these guys. I think for now, I'll just put it top of B tier for now. How's that?
I mean, okay, it's your list. If I were in full control of this, he'd be a lot lower, just for the record.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where like unlike the Seacons where like the fan base really likes them and you know they'd have our heads if we rank them low. This one I do sort of empathize with them because I like the design.
We literally put most of the Seacons in like the lowest tier you could possibly get.
Yeah. But this one, and again, I don't feel like it's as bad as them. Or not nearly on like the same level. In fact, miles
Hold on, I think we're
better.
experiencing some connection issues, at least a little bit.
What my can you hear me all right now?
Well, now I can. Just you were really stuttering for a second. Let me check my Wi-Fi. It's working. Okay, just small hiccup then. Continue.
Okay. Yeah, like roughly it happened a few times on my end as well. And Emil said sometimes over the top works, sometimes it's just a mess. Well,
and
yeah,
I think Victory Saber is an example of the latter.
Well, again, that was as far as they took it. I'm pretty sure for like the entire series.
Well,
But
I'm
anyway.
glad because if anything, they learned from that. Because the next one isn't a massive improvement over that either.
Okay, so they had a big thing with like reintroducing characters that in like different forms. So remember Six Shot? A theory is that this guy is basically Six Shot under a different identity.
Okay, is he another six changer?
Yes. Great shot. is his
Great
title.
shot. All right.
All right, let me quick search him up so that you can get a better idea of like what his alt modes are like.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
Optimus Prime as a six changer, mayhaps.
Some of these work, some of these really don't.
I can't
Like
seem to
the-
find like his original figure, which is a bit unfortunate.
Because I gotta remember, a lot of these were released in like the 80s, right?
Yeah, late 80s.
Okay, so there's a
There's his
this
form.
figure in particular is not my favorite.
Wow, yeah, this is really where we're going to start differing in opinion, it seems.
It's not awful, I'll give you that much. Like the robot form is pretty strong. The bottom jet form is pretty strong. I don't love the beast form. Is that like a rhinoceros?
Yeah, it's a rhino.
Okay.
Yeah, and the tank, the armored car, the gun. The gun's like almost the exact same as Six Shots, just recolored. And so is the jet.
Yeah.
They really only changed the rhino form for this guy.
So definitely not my least favorite, but definitely not my favorite either. Like easy B tier for me.
Okay, I can kind of see that.
It's just, I think it's not that it doesn't work, it's just that I feel like the color scheme could be better for what it is. Too visually similar to fucking Victory Leo.
I think here works.
Okay.
Again, this is another case where I feel like our opinions are going to vastly differ, even just like within the Transformers fandom. Like,
well, I already had the idea that like obviously we're gonna like not agree on everything, but the more I look through a lot of our this at least this series in particular, I'm like, we don't really differ in opinion that much, at least through most of Gen 1. It's gonna get a little interesting now that we don't agree on everything now.
yeah. So yeah, we're gonna have to start finding middle ground, it seems.
Right.
Which again, that's fine.
If anything,
All
makes
right.
for better entertainment.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have the other Brain Masters, and these guys, these are a combiner group.
So
I think these are.
So these guys are part of their own group that Saber is also a part of, but not.
Yeah. So Saber becomes Star Saber. These three
Right.
guys become Road Caesar.
Oh, and that okay, it's a three-way combiner. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Which I think that's like the first time they did that. How it works.
Most combiners are like 5.
Yeah, they're like 5 to 6 units.
Right.
Emil says great shot, I think is great. No pun intended.
It feels like that was very much pun intended, but let's move on.
Yeah, kind of. Anyways, let's see who's who here. I
Blacker,
believe
Laster, and Braver.
a bit strange names, but all right. So the first guy here is Blacker, the assault buggy.
Maybe his alt form will save him because right now the name is just not doing it for me.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
It's not awful.
Yeah. Again, another Dune buggy alt mode.
Wait, what is like does he have like wings or something? What the hell is that like thing hanging off his arm?
I'm pretty sure that's combiner kibble. You could probably remove it if you feel like it.
Oh, I see.
But yeah. Or wait, no, that's his action. Yeah, that does look removable. It's just like a giant shield that becomes the giant armor plate on Road Caesar. Because like the animation model doesn't even have that.
Bizarre. Okay. Like the other ones have guns. I'm just not sure what's going on with them.
Yeah.
The Blacker is probably like a low B tier for me.
Yeah, I think so as well. not much that stands out about him.
Like his color scheme's all right. It's not offensive. It's just not. The name is really what brings it down for me. Like it'd be an A if he didn't have a ridiculous name.
Yeah, I think that's again they were throwing names at the wall here when it came to the Japanese Transformers.
Blaster, huh?
Laster, yeah, that one is extremely strange.
So we got Blacker and Laster so far.
Now this one, I'm pretty sure the alt mode. Okay, the alt mode isn't nearly as unproportional as I thought it was, or I remember it being. In fact, hell, that's literally just Sideswipe's alt mode, just with flames on it.
Is this just like a retexturing, or I guess not retexturing, repaint of Sideswipe?
Let me quick search him up. Sideswipe G1.
I don't think it's the exact same, but it's very similar.
No, not
like,
real.
No, because like the back portion of the Lamborghini is like folded down instead of up, or just pull it out. Okay, so
no, actually, yeah, now I can see it.
Now it's not the exact same, but it's similar to enough where they're comparable. You know, the hood does something different in on Blaster. Okay, so I think I like him a little bit better than Sideswipe, honestly.
Oh, and Sideswipe was actually, I believe he's an S tier.
Is he?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, all the way up here.
Okay, but there's no way I put Sideswipe higher than Bumblebee. I remember that distinctly.
That might have been the
Sideswipe
movie
right there, but he's like below B.
Wait, below B? B is an A tier. That might have been the movie tier list.
Yeah, because Cliff Jumper was pretty high on the movie tier list. This one, Cliff Jumper is like distinctly lower than B, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Noticeably.
Wait, is that true? Because who's right there next to not Onslaught, fucking Warpath?
Who's next to Warpath? Oh, that's on the right is Cliff Jumper, the left is Blast Off.
Did I rank Cliff Jumper higher than B? Because B is below
Yes, you did.
Okay, I stand corrected.
I think it came down to the alt mode for you and the color scheme.
And I'm gonna stick by my guns here. I do think Blaster, besides the ridiculous name, I do like it a little bit better than Sideswipe, like just higher. Like Sideswipe's robot mode might be a little better, but I like Blaster's alt colors. Alt color scheme, I love it, and his robot color scheme looks pretty good too. So yeah, I'm kind of putting him around there.
A little bit desaturated. A little bit what?
I wanted to put him even higher than that. You just put him in S tier, if I'm not mistaken, did you?
He is an S tier. Well, at least Sideswipe
Cliff Jumper was an A. Oh no, wait, I'm getting Sideswipe and Cliff Jumper mixed up. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't think I can kind of see it better than Sideswipe, at least for the robot mode and the fact that he's a combiner member, but not nearly as iconic as the tapes.
Yeah, I can agree.
Or Devastator.
Anyway, sorry for getting Sideswipe and Cliff Jumper mixed up. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, the red really throws you off sometimes.
Yeah. Anyway, next.
Last up is Braver. Hey, we should have done Laster last.
I hate these names, but let's just see if his vehicle form can do anything for him.
I believe his form is a Ferrari F40.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably
okay. Yeah, that's the cleanest alt mode. That's the cleanest alt mode of the three, in my opinion.
I have to agree there. Yeah, I'm not huge on the robot form, especially the purplish. But like in the cartoons, he doesn't have that weird purplish into his like torso and head. So I think I like.
It's like a navy. It's like a navy blue on his toy form.
It works a lot better on his toy, but in the series, well, that's
hold up.
There looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's just like the PNG doesn't make it look nearly as good.
Like, where did that screenshot come from then? Is that like just concept art? What the fuck?
No, that was in the actual show, I believe, because here's a frame from the show, here's another one.
Yeah, those other three pictures are frames from the show, but like the first one, what the hell's going on here?
It might have been like, I don't know, probably like a guidebook screenshot.
That's why I think it was like a concept image, or at least an early design concept. Who knows? But if we're going by off this image in particular, probably a little lower, but we're going off what his intended design was, probably closer to like high B, low A.
Low A, I'm thinking.
Maybe even closer to Laster, because I don't like Laster's vehicle form nearly as much, but I do like his robot form a lot.
All right then. Oh, I am a
Maybe
bit
like
hesitant
a
to.
little below Laster.
I am a bit hesitant to put him above like the aerial bots. Even okay. I'm thinking.
I'm done
Thinking
pushing them
hot.
both just above Cliff Jumper, because maybe Sideswipe was a little high now that I think about it.
All right, yeah. We might as well move Sideswipe down then as well.
Well, Sideswipe's fine where he is. Just Laster and Braver don't really deserve to be that high.
Yeah, again, if we actually watched the Victory cartoon, we probably would have had different opinions on them.
But doesn't that only exist in Japanese right now?
Yeah. Well, legally at least. There's an illegal English dub.
Yeah, but if it's made by, I mean, sure, it's unauthorized. I don't know if that technically makes it illegal, but that's a debate for another day.
Yeah. They did make English subtitles for him though, but
okay.
Let's be real.
Anyway,
as English speakers, we would prefer to actually hear things in English.
Absolutely. But now moving on to the homie over here, the combined form.
Road Caesar.
Oh, these names just do not get any better. But as a design, I don't. He doesn't like stick out to me like Devastator or Bruticus does, but he's not like awful like fucking King Poseidon was.
Yeah, or Abominus. It's very clean, and in fact, of like the combiners in the series, maybe second to Computron, he is one of the smarter ones.
Right.
So he's a lot more effective in combat compared to like, I don't know, compared to Devastator and Bruticus. But design wise, not as refined.
So very slight conversational tangent regarding this. Well, how does the consciousness of the combiners work?
So usually like the consciousness for combiners is all like, you know, it's all their minds mixed into one. That's why like Devastator, you know, you have Scrapper, you have Hook, Scavenger, all their different like mindsets merged together, and it's all just chaos. I think that's best encapsulated by Menasor, who literally can't even say like full sentences and is just like a walking amalgamation of the mental illnesses of the Stunticons.
Which, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense, because I had a feeling it wasn't like it's just another consciousness just conjured out of nowhere. It was more so their minds literally combining and all the chaos that comes with that.
Yeah, meanwhile you have Computron and Road Caesar here, whose individual components are very smart. Thus, when they combine together, they're all like a super intelligence.
That makes sense. But for his design, I'm not in love with it. I'll be honest about that.
The foot guns. He has the foot guns.
You're no shot. His tootsies are guns.
yes, they are.
I want to put him on S tier for the meme, but I cannot give him that.
I'd be willing to put him in low S tier.
I wouldn't.
Where were you then, Tisha? Where were you thinking of putting him?
Remind me where Bruticus was, because definitely lower than that.
Bruticus was also an S tier. In fact, I think most of the combiners, I think besides
fucking King Poseidon,
yeah, besides King Poseidon, Abominus, and I think Computron, they're all in S tier.
Looking at the list, I think this one deserves to be below Minerva, personally.
All right, then. Where is... Trying to remember where Minerva is.
Like lower A tier to mid A tier. Oh.
Yeah, right around mid A tier, I believe.
Okay, here we go. Right by Ratchet.
All right. Trying to remember where Ratchet is. Okay, just below Minerva.
Mhm.
All right then. All right, next up, we have another ridiculous combiner up here.
All right.
So first up, we have Wing Waver. At least I think it's Wing Waver. So
Wait.
basically a duocon combiner. So these two, they're basically formed out of two different vehicles and they combine into this robot.
We have another situation where two vehicles combine into one robot, but they don't have independent robot forms, so they're not combiners.
Yeah, no.
What the fuck?
Okay, the alt modes are a bit strange. Oh, granted, these guys are like mini cons, so they can't exactly get the proportions the proportions aren't stellar at all.
And again, just to clarify, this is two vehicles that combine into one robot, do not have separate consciousnesses. It's kind of like a left brain, right brain kind of thing with them.
Well, if you think about it, if they're operating their alt modes, they would have to have like a split consciousness.
So they can operate independently of each other.
Yeah.
In vehicle form, anyway. Anyway, besides
or
that,
maybe I'm getting this wrong, but you know,
me.
that's the impression that we're getting right now.
But this is wild because now we're having like split bots themselves becoming a combiner, which is already kind of fascinating and weird, but okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, as for Wing Waver himself,
I
want to give him points just for
forms.
What?
I don't love his alt forms, but they're not like bad.
I want to give him points just for the fact that the alt modes, unlike say, what was the one duocon that I had? Oh, Slam Dance, where the alt modes are two different colors. These ones are actually like uniform and the same.
Right.
And the color scheme, again, kind of giving me vibes of like Minerva and Ratchet. Again, the shade is not helping here.
No, and I was gonna say that's a weird thing, but maybe that's just a screenshot from a particularly shady scene in the cartoon. But I digress. The thing I was more concerned about is the fact that it just doesn't. It's very cool conceptually, but design-wise, just doesn't really do anything for itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could kind of see it. Where were you thinking of putting them?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe mid C, low C if you're willing.
Okay, yeah. Mid C, right around. I want to say better than. No, this is C tier right here. We don't have really that many in C right now, and hopefully it doesn't get much bigger than that.
Well, no, I'm looking at it. I don't know if he deserves to be lower than King Poseidon.
All right. Where we? I'm thinking
around there works.
Yeah. Because I mean, again, Cerebros literally only has one alt mode, and that's literally Fort Max's head and no vehicle at all.
Which is already really bizarre, but all right.
I feel like the rest of the duocon combiners here are going to end up
similarly
below him. Yeah. Or sorry, the Multiforce.
Dash Tacker.
Yeah, this one, the Christmas color is not really. I'm not really vibing with them.
Maybe the alt form can save it, but at this point, I highly doubt it.
Dash Tacker. Okay, no. What is that truck mode?
No,
is that even a truck?
Military
transport vehicle. I've never seen a military transport vehicle that looks like this. Or a sport. I think like the closest sports car I could think of is like, I don't know, a Nissan 180SX.
Right there. You see the picture of the toy right there. They do have independent robot forms, but they just don't most of the time.
Huh? Wait a minute. I got to go back and see this. Like for Wing Waver.
That one I didn't think that was true, but looking at the yeah, those ones have
holy moly
robot forms too. So yeah, they are technically. This is technically a combiner of combiners.
Okay, yeah, this is actually very, very ridiculous, but
Do they even have independent robot forms in the show, or is this just like a
I didn't
purely toy thing?
I didn't think of it. I didn't think so. Like I'm looking right now and I don't see a single one.
That explains why the color schemes are like weirdly half and half.
Yeah, we're like Wing Waver here. Again, they're roughly the same colors. These guys aren't. These two aren't like at all.
Just bizarre design choices all around.
I'm thinking just below Wing Waver for that.
Yeah, if anything, the last one's probably going to be the weakest because at least like the alt form looks kind of cool, but the color scheme is just like the white and the orange. Just I don't know. Mock tackle.
Well, I think the alt mode for these ones is going to save it, or at least one of them is, because one of them is a space shuttle.
That is pretty cool.
Okay, but with a pickup
thing, like
with a pickup truck, that's literally like mini Trailblazer or Trailbreaker right there.
And then the shuttle form isn't like sleek or aerodynamic looking. It just looks fat and chunky. Like you know that one transport plane that's got like the really, really tiny nose that just expands into a really wide fuselage? That's what it reminds me of.
I'm trying to think of like which one you're talking about.
Like to a comical degree, that's what it reminds me of. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one either. God, I hate to say it.
Yeah, I feel like probably the middle of the two, because again, the space shuttle mode, the idea of the space shuttle mode is good, but the other alt mode is just eh. All right, now for their combined form, Land Cross.
Oh boy, Land Cross.
I want to say this guy is even more ridiculous than Star Saber when it comes to combining.
Okay, his toy looks like I'll say that right now. His toy looks like shit.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, unapologetically,
I don't know how
they're
they're
like that at all.
Like a lot of people are saying that, oh, because HasLab is doing a lot of Japanese toys for their Transformers HasLab releases, they could do this guy. I don't know how they'd be able to pull it off because they'd have to do the Minicon robot forms, then the combined robot forms, and then this.
Well, that's what I said. I'm not surprised this one doesn't look as good as it does, especially at the original G1 line, because you're literally making a combiner of combiners. That is what you're doing, and to pull that off is not exactly easy.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Emil said in regards to Road Caesar, he's okay, but the chest gives Timu Devastator vibes.
That's I had a hard time verbalizing that thought, but yeah, I think Emil's right there.
Yeah, definitely. But Landcross, I feel like in terms of design, just above like Abominus, but the utter ridiculousness of this combiner of combiners.
And it's from a purely design standpoint, he's not even that bad. It's just his toy looks awful, but his design in the show, like how like the artist drew him and designed him, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. Also, feet guns.
Again with the Tootsie guns.
All right. Thinking right around here in B tier.
Just above Skylinks.
Yeah, not as good as Galvatron.
Okay.
All right, next up, I believe. Okay, the mini cons of the series. Now, yeah, Micromasters. This is where things might get a little bit ridiculous in terms of the name. So first up, we have Holy or Holly.
Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
what is his name?
His robot mode looks all right, but the name is just. I don't know how they came up with these names. Again, Hasbro and Takara were really throwing names at the wall, seeing what stuck.
So he's a police car.
Yeah, a very basic looking police car in comparison to some of the others that we got in the series.
I mean, it's not. I don't feel it works as well as Prowl, but it's not like bad.
Yeah, and again, Micromasters, they were kind of limited. Where are we thinking with this one?
Honestly, not sure. Definitely no. Definitely not higher than Prowl, but maybe,
No, not at all.
I hate that we're gonna use Skylinks like this, but like, I feel like Skylinks is like the threshold of acceptability. Like, you know, even if it's goofy or weird, it can at least, is it worse than that? And I don't think it is. I think
Yeah.
maybe a little higher than Skylinks. Maybe like, it's hard because a lot of these are pretty iconic and they're only so low because they're doing something that others do better.
And again, we don't really have as much experience with them. With
Yeah.
well,
So
for
maybe
me,
that's
the
fine.
exception of like the main characters like Star Saber, and we'll get to his Decepticon counterparts later.
Okay, that's gonna be a whole thing, but okay.
I mean, I feel like some of the Decepticon characters nailed it a bit better.
But for Holly, yeah, this one works right here. Even if the name's just getting so bad.
All right, next up is Boater, I believe.
Odor?
Yeah, they take the same idea as Turtler from earlier, and they just stuck ER at the end of it. Okay, who is responsible for this thing? Who? He doesn't even turn into a boat anymore. He's a damn fish. At least he's not a fish with legs.
I mean, yeah, he's not like the fucking what was that other one from the decons. Anyway.
All right, now he's literally a Micromaster boat, which a bit cleaner looking than and more notable than Holy, I'd say.
Probably a bit higher than Holy. Jesus, these names. A bit higher than him, yeah.
Yeah.
At least this one works for what it's trying to do a little better.
I don't want to put him above Landcross, though.
Yeah.
Because just the utter... I know it's ridiculous, but it's... What's the term? It's different.
Yeah. And something I'm noticing with a lot of these designs is that they borrow aspects from designs of like American G1 and like do something different with it. Like for example, Browning had like Megatron's chest, but went about it a little differently, so that with like the arms and the lower torso, so that it did something a little different.
Okay, I literally searched up fire for Transformers, and I got all the fire engine Transformers, not the one I was looking for.
A screenshot of Hot Rod down there.
All right, but this is the one I was looking for.
His name is just Fire.
Yeah. Now this one looks like Sentinel Prime's fire truck mode.
A little bit, yeah.
I think, at least so far, probably the best. Wait a minute, is this fire or no? This one is fire, but we'll rank him accordingly.
Yeah, Fire's probably going to get probably not much higher than his comrades. They do like him a little bit more design-wise, but he just doesn't really do a whole lot unique or different.
I mean, again, they're Micromasters, so they are kind of limited.
Yeah.
All right, and the last one is probably the most ridiculous name of the group. Peepo.
You're shitting me.
I know, I wish I was, but I'm not.
That's his canon name, Peepo.
Well, at least he has an American translated name, Fix It, which is way better. In fact,
Yeah, the
I didn't even notice.
localizations are much better. Let's go down the list. Stakeout, Fix It, Sea-Watch, Red Hot, and Ruth isn't really that great.
That's the one case where the Japanese name is better.
Yeah, Clipper works better than Ruth. What the? They just cannot get these names right, no matter what they do.
Yeah,
Anyway, as for fucking Peepo, I guess it's not an offensive design, but
the
Jesus,
name is
fucking
so
name.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Everything from like Japanese G1 just been horrendously named. There's not been a single one that I really like. Overlord was fine, but it still felt like in America you got shit like Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave. You don't have that here. You don't have that same energy here.
Well, like I said, I feel like that's going to turn around once we turn to the Decepticon faction.
I sure hope so, because that's coming up later down the line. But as for this one, Peepo right here, he's definitely the lowest of his comrades.
Yeah, the worst name of the series. Again, if they do an English dub of this, please use, well, with the exception of Clipper, please use the American localized names.
Please. Except for Clipper. Keep Clipper. That one's fine.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Clipper's up next.
Okay. This is probably not.
So Emil's giving us some insight here. According to the TF wiki, Peepo's name is a common Japanese onomatopoeia for the two-tone wail of an ambulance siren.
Okay, so that makes a little. I mean, that at least makes sense in its native language. I just don't love the.
Okay, now I can't unhear it.
Yeah.
All right, but as for.
Is Clipper another fembot?
Yes, I think so. That's why her English name is Ruth. Because
okay, that explains that, but also I don't have to like it.
Yeah, I feel the animation model looks fine, but the Micro Master, not really much to say about it.
Oh, it look great. Although I love that little. I feel like a Clipper figure, I would like one, especially if it was like a pink, like Mustang, not Mustang, a Camaro, almost like that one image that was. Yeah, that image right there in the related images, there was one specific toy. No, to the left.
To the left.
No.
Oh, this.
Yes. Yeah, there, and then down. Yeah, that figurine right
there.
That one looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I would love that figurine if that existed, but it doesn't look like it does.
No, I don't think that's the real deal.
But as for the design in a vacuum, definitely the strongest of her comrades, but not enough to propel her much higher than that.
Okay, yeah, I could kind of see that. And okay, Caspinus gave us a little bit more insight here. Japan always shortened the Americanized characters' names to short descriptive terms. Not just names, even. Pretty much anything. Like notebook is just note. Beach volleyball is just volley, etc., etc.
That makes sense because at least in America, you have this problem of a lot of even some American Transformers names are fucking ridiculous. Like, oh, I can't even think of an example off the top of my head.
Oh, we'll get to an example very soon, but down the line.
Okay, well, just off the top of my head, Astro Train, on paper, a really cool character that deserved a lot better, but they named him Astro Train. Literally the most literal thing they could have named him.
Speaking of which, we have, I want to call him his Autobot counterpart, but one, he's not a triple changer.
But he is a space shuttle.
Yes, he is a space shuttle, and probably a lot more accurately colored than Astro Train. Galaxy Shuttle.
Cool. Which I kind of like that he's kind of got the Seeker body style going on.
Yeah.
With like the wings on his shoulders or on his back and like the cockpit.
He has the cockpit on his chest.
Yeah.
I've seen people call him like the unsung hero of Transformers Victory because he was basically what Astro Train was to the Decepticons. He was the transporter.
I don't know if I like this one or Astro Train better, honestly, because Astro Train having a train alt mode is pretty cool, but like color scheme wise, this guy's a little better.
Okay, Emil said okay, he said a name. Squeeze play is a sus name, for example.
That's what I said. Never ever say that again in my presence.
Okay, and okay, Galaxy Shuttle is technically a triple changer, but he has a base mode instead of a train mode, which I don't think he's actually transformed into that in the show. Like, I'm looking at images right now, and you don't see it.
No.
But his recently released toy does have the train alt mode, which
So
not
it
sure if
is
we're gonna
meant to be like that is directly a repaint of Astro Train.
Yes, because yeah, they wanted to get as many uses out of Astro Train's mold as possible, so they repainted it into Galaxy Shuttle. Which that's sort of been a point of content in the community because Galaxy Shuttle is one of the tallest Autobots in the series, taller than Astro Train.
So, God, this is just. I'll discuss the tangent a little later in the video, like the relationship between the universes of these series. Like, are they set in the same continuity? Are they like alternate universes? We'll discuss that a little later. But as for, again, these names, fucking Galaxy Shuttle, oh my god. Uh, Definitely on par with Astro Train at the very least. I don't know if he's significantly worse, significantly better, but like up there for sure.
I'll put him right next to him.
Okay. Like looking at his design, I think he takes Astro Trine's conception and gives him the Seeker alt robot mode, which I feel like works a lot better than Astro Trine ever did.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
could
just my
kind of
opinion
see.
on him personally.
Well,
He's
there's a
gonna be
lot
one of
more.
my favorites so far.
A lot more of the shuttle alt mode is visible in Galaxy Shuttle compared to Astro Train, which is all just blocky.
Yeah.
Which again, don't really mind that as much. In fact, it distinguishes him a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we're finally on to the Decepticons for victory.
Oh,
and first up,
we're Decepticons.
Yeah, you're either gonna love or hate this name, Deathsaurus.
Spell it.
It's literally death and then like Tyrannosaurus Rex after it.
They went with that. Deathsaurus is what they went with.
Yes, that is legitimately what they went with.
It's giving fucking Unicron vibes.
I think that's what they were going for. At first, I thought it was like Scourge, but upscaled a lot. Because he has the damn wing things on his back, and
right.
This is the first time I'm gonna be saying this. It won't be the last, but he is one of the Breastmaster Transformers.
The what?
You heard me. He's called a Breastmaster.
Explain that.
So you know how Soundwave has the tapes that can eject from his chest. Japan decided to change that up a little bit by having him have removable chest plates, which turn into animal drones. In this case, he has two, one of which turns into an eagle, the other that turns into a tiger.
I don't know if I like it as much as Soundwave, but that's still interesting.
Also, it's probably worth mentioning that people described his character as being the Darth Vader of Transformers, at least in the comics, because he was originally supposed to like steal the Earth's energy to power up his fortress, but only because he was doing it to ensure the survival of the Decepticons' non-combatant forces. And then they have a much happier ending in the comics, whereas in the cartoon he ends up dying and the fortress ends up getting destroyed.
Oh, Jesus. They actually give a decent amount of plot to this series. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's like much more compelling than the American show, which is just like throwing characters at each other, like haphazardly until the movie where it gets suddenly serious. No, this is actually kind of serious from the beginning.
Yeah, they all. I feel like that's one thing that the Japanese series did, and they kind of pulled over from season 3. Is like they focused on a small group of characters and they fleshed out their backstories, their motives a lot more compared to like the carousel of characters that you had in season 1 and season 2. Nothing against it. In fact, I love it for that. But just it's something new.
If anything, I'm applauding this series for managing to do the carousel thing while simultaneously also being like it's simultaneously a carousel of characters, but it's also a very character-driven show, which is impressive considering that not every character can be as fleshed out as you want them to be because all of them need the same amount of development for it to work coherently.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Also,
yeah.
Here's his alt mode. This is okay. That was not what I meant to do. I meant to open this image in another tab. Can I view the image, please, Google? Thank you. Actually, it might be better to look at his. There it is. This is the murder chicken alt mode.
This is like the big bad of the series.
Yes, that is. I am convinced now that that's where his name came from. Not the robot mode, but his alt mode.
That's definitely an interesting one. I'll give it that.
I feel like, again, not to rack on Skylinks again, but he does the murder death chicken thing a lot better.
You just do not like Skylinks at all, do you?
No, I like his personality. He's notable for that. I like his alt modes. I hate the robot mode.
But yeah, Deathsaurus over here. I don't know if this one's doing it for me either. He's no Megatron. He's definitely not a Megatron.
Not even like fleshed out character wise.
Well, maybe he's a decent character, but just design wise, he just doesn't click with me nearly as well.
Still up there or like B tier? Because I was thinking like at least mid A.
We'll see what mid A looks like, and then I'll get a vibe from there.
All right, let me zoom out then. Can I pick the image? Thank you.
So probably, I want to say lower than like the tapes, but probably not by much.
The tapes. Yeah, I could see that. I'll put him right below.
Okay.
Yeah, and Caspinus says breast force sounds less weird if you consider the word breastplate, which we don't think is weird at all. They were deriving from that word since the animals change into the robots' breastplates.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, from that standpoint, it's not like incredibly weird, but it's just so jarring to hear it be called that, just colloquially.
Yeah, when they released his legacy, like this figure, which got released recently, they called him a member of the chest force, which honestly doesn't sound much better.
No, it doesn't. There's no way to describe that part of the body as being part of it and then make it sound right. That's just not a thing that can happen.
There is a fan name out there which I do think does fit the bill a bit better than, the other two, and that's Armor Masters, because, chest plate armor.
And then you can expand it with not just like chest plate characters, like any piece of armor becoming its own bot. That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't like take that up as like an idea for a character. All right, next.
So we definitely have a lot more to go through.
Yeah, Blue Bacchus, I think, is next. Who,
you mentioned
again,
Leo Kaiser earlier.
Yeah, and we'll be getting to. They're the last characters for Victory that we're going to cover.
Okay.
But yeah, where is Blue Bacchus here? Okay, yeah, I'll just say this is Blue Bacchus. I'm not sure. I've only seen the animation model of him. I'd never seen what their alt mode looks like.
What the?
Okay, this is the Cybertronian helicopter, but I don't think that they did it as well as Highbrow.
No, in fact, I don't really like this alt mode at all.
And you know what the robot mode is reminding me of? It's reminding me of a xenomorph. Just like the head shape.
I can kind of see that, yeah. Maybe not like as much as you do, but like, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of this guy. The alt mode averages what is going on
alt
here?
mode is honestly my favorite part. And that's not saying much.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do here. It's like chaotic all over the place. It looks like the front is a drill tank and then the back is a helicopter. Just
yeah,
I want to say it's even more the chaotic than what Star Saber has going on.
And also, I think you mentioned kibble quite a bit. This feels like it has a lot of like the Cybertronian helicopter kibble, just like from the arms and
oh my goodness, yes it does. Like the shoulder pads work well, but hanging off the arms, the legs. Sorry, no. I think this is going to go in C tier. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
not
putting
like
it
disgustingly offensive, but definitely not a contender. Not really, no.
Not very memorable either, because I'm pretty sure this blue Bacchus and black, I forgot. I don't even know what they're. Okay, Black Shadow here. They're supposed to be rivals to Great Shot.
Okay.
And that's literally their entire purpose in the series. Anyways, speaking of Black Shadow. Oh, wait a minute. This is what it says that their alt mode is. Cross formers.
All right.
I don't see it. It says he turns into a helicopter and a dragster. All I see is the helicopter part of it.
Yeah, I think this is another example of a triple changer having one form that just like suffers to make the other look okay.
Yeah, and they were doing this way back in the 80s.
Like at least Astro Train works. This one just didn't. Okay, what's this one?
Now for Black Shadow, I feel like okay. The alt mode is slightly better, I want to say.
It definitely looks a bit more cohesive. I'm only seeing two forms. What's the third one?
I gotta see what the profile of him says. Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure this out here. So is he like?
Yeah, it's almost like he's got a little friend or something. No,
or
wait,
maybe,
I see what's happening here.
No.
I think what's happening is Black Shadow has like a tiny little friend transformer that attaches to him in fucking vehicle mode. Because you see like the red and the black on like the nose cone of the jet right here, but this just does not make much sense logically from that perspective either.
Yeah, it's like I feel like they were experimenting a lot with the drone, like the cassette tape concept, and just running in different directions for it.
A retooling of Thunderwing? What?
I gotta search up what Thunderwing looks like. G1 Thunderwing.
Yeah, that is literally what this is.
Okay, well I think the deco on him is better than because what are they trying to do with this one?
Not sure. Thunderwing doesn't look great, but Black Shadow looks like a better version of that, just because the color scheme is pretty solid.
Yeah, I want to say
I'm not sure where the little mini bot comes from.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway,
I will say I think he's better than Blue Bacchus.
Oh, for sure. This one's a lot stronger than that. I mean, I don't love him, but he's not awful.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to remember where exactly I ended up putting them. Okay. I think better than King Poseidon for this one.
Yeah.
All right, next up we have, this might get a bit confusing, but the Dino Force.
Now we have the Dino Force.
Yes. and their whole gimmick is like they're sort of like mini con robots that hide inside shells that are, well, dinosaurs. Yeah, they
As
really
opposed to the Dinobots, which just have dinosaur alt forms.
Yes. Now, these
They're
names are
pretenders, okay.
Yeah, precisely. Now, these names I'm pretty sure are all Japanese, so brace yourselves. So our first one here is Goryu, which I'll try to get them in order here. So Goryu here.
Good luck.
Yeah, okay. I think this is like a predecessor. They were trying to do like a Beast Wars before Beast Wars with the alt mode here.
That's a huge trend with a lot of the Japanese G1 toys that I'm seeing, and I don't think they did it all that well. Like, it was an okay like idea, but they didn't have like the necessary knowledge or experience to make this work as well as it does. Because making like a car that turns into a robot is fairly easy, but something like this where you have like a whole ass mecha dinosaur that turns into a robot, a little harder.
Yeah, exactly. And Emil said, yeah, they are pretenders basically. So the next phase of the pretenders. I don't think that they did the Dinobot concept as well as, the Dinobots.
No, well, from a literal standpoint, they're not really meant to be the same thing, but still, they don't really pull it off nearly as well. Yeah, I can agree to that.
Yeah, were we thinking with them?
I don't know, but if this is the benchmark for what they're going to be, I don't think I can see them being much higher than, well, B tier.
Okay, fair enough, I
Not
suppose.
like
I do
C tier
think
to the highest.
they are a combiner team, and I do think they're better than Abominus. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, let's put them with their opposite members in the C-cons here. I think that's right around. I think that's about right.
All right.
All right.
Rar you.
Oy. They were definitely names here.
Okay, so there's definitely like a theme with them going on. They're like tech decked out dinosaurs.
Yeah. I think this one's a bit better, a bit cleaner design wise. Instead, I'm not good with dinosaur names, so please forgive me.
Hold on, wait a minute. So they have like the dinosaur part, and then just what the fuck is going on here?
I think the deal with the pretenders is they sort of like they shove themselves inside of the dinosaur.
All right.
I know it sounds weird.
Well, it's not even the innuendo part of it. It's just like conceptually, what the hell is even happening there? Like, it turns into like, from a logical standpoint, this is a transformer with a robot form and then a like cybernetic augmentation for a dinosaur form.
Yes, that's exactly what it seems like. And here's what Emil said. The dinosaurs were like plastic shells, and inside of them was the small robot.
Okay, that makes a little more sense.
Oh man, this is Caspinus is saying, end Seacon discrimination, right to land sharks, down with Technobot disinformation. Respectfully, I have to disagree.
I cannot get behind the land shark at all. I can't.
No, I can't at all.
But that's for Raru over here. Probably similar to this little counterpart. The whole concept behind these ones kind of breaks my brain, but okay.
Yeah, same here, honestly.
I think dinosaur transformer, I think of something like Grimlock, not whatever this is.
Yeah, yeah, precisely. All right, next up.
Garu?
Gary. Oh man. I'm sorry, I'm not good with Japanese, so
This one looks a little more cohesive.
Freaky robots. Okay, yeah, this one does look
the whole shell thing.
Yeah, this one looks all right. Not particularly. It doesn't particularly stand out for me.
Like, I can see what they're trying to do. Like, the shells are meant to be like more quote unquote realistic dinosaurs over like the robot. aspects of them, which I guess kind of works, but also I kind of like it better. Yeah, like that figure in particular is what I would expect out of a dinosaur transformer.
Yeah, this was a more recent release, and I think that they did course correct with it.
But as for its original G1, I don't know if I can get behind that nearly as much.
Yeah, I feel like they're all going to end up in roughly the same
Well, that one's
place.
probably my favorite so far.
Okay, I think to balance it
Just
out,
because
I'll just
I like Ankylosaurus. I mean, I like dinosaurs, but like, I don't know. This feels like, it feels like the best thing I can compare it to is when, like, especially with neurodivergent people, you have some like two specific foods that you really, really like a lot, but you combine the two and just ruins both of them. That's what's happening here.
yeah, exactly. That's what I feel like. All right, I'm trying
who's
to.
next? You. God, they're on their own name like this. Okay, this one's pretty okay.
This, yeah, the Stegosaurus one. Actually, I'm trying to see which one this is on the tier list.
They do not make it very clear, do they?
Yeah, no, they
I
don't.
think this is the blue and white one.
Okay, yeah, the blue and white one.
Still not much higher than his comrades. Roughly the same, I would say.
Yeah,
It's just more of the same. Again, with this weird dinosaur shell thing. If it was just like some of these screenshots are from like not older, newer comics and toy lines. Those ones work significantly better. I want to like this one a lot because of his like scythe thing going on, but I don't know, man.
yeah, precisely. Again, right around like low mid B
Probably the
tier
middle of them, I would say.
Yeah. Man, we still have two more of these guys to go through.
Kakuryu?
Okay, this is the yellow one. That makes it easy.
Okay, robot form design wise, probably one of the stronger ones, but that's as much as I'll say positive.
Yeah,
it's just more the same.
Yeah, he has like the classic G1 style like visor and mouth guard head, which I will give it credit for. Color scheme looks all right. The alt mode, okay.
They're just doing literally anything for the alt mode for these, aren't they?
Yeah, no consistency like whatsoever with the color scheme.
I guess the fandom loves him because that's a strongly worded post about it.
I've only know. Oh man, it took me a moment to see that.
Like maybe he's a very endearing character in the show, but like purely from a design standpoint, I don't know.
Yeah, precisely.
And like the toy just being like a plastic dinosaur shell with like a piece of transformer that is a little robot. That's just weird to me.
And yeah, and the gun sticking out, that's a little bit ridiculous.
Like, okay, the gun having like a turret on the back of a dinosaur, that's fairly normal. The part that weirds me out is the fact that he like chest busters out of the dinosaur to turn into a robot is a little weird to me.
Yeah. What were we thinking with them?
Probably one of the lower ones.
Let's say like middle, because again, he has the classic head design.
All right, I can give him points for that, but he's definitely not getting much higher than the others.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Emil says this. Hasbro asked Takara to repurpose a failed 12-inch Barbarian toy with a non-transforming robot into the Transformers line to compete with Masters of the Universe.
But that explains why these exist in the first place.
According to the TF Wiki, this is the origin of the Pretenders. So yeah, pretty much all the Pretender characters like Skullgrin that we had earlier, like the ones that we had all the way down here in bad comedy tier, that explains their origin.
That makes me wonder, was like the Seacons an original model that just didn't work as well as they thought it would? Or is it kind of like this to where they had to retool it into something?
No, I believe that they were original original toys, not like the Pretenders.
Mhm.
The Seacons, Transformers. Yeah, they definitely were like original ones. And oh, good lord. I can see why now. I can kind of see like the insanity that Transformers fans go to try to get this guy. $900 for the combined form of
Christ, what line is this from?
Generation Selects, which is like the second
You're shit.
highest.
They released the Seacons in the original TF07 line. You're shitting me. You saw that image when scroll down.
Wait, hang on. I didn't see it actually.
I thought I did. At least I thought I saw. Scroll down a little bit.
Also, thanks, Salinas, for following.
Yeah, that one.
Glad to have you on board for the. Okay, yeah,
Toylist.com.
found him.
What the hell?
Oh
This
my.
one's called Piranacon.
Okay, yeah, that was the Americanized name. King Poseidon was what they were called in Japan.
Okay, so yeah, this. Oh yeah, it even says on the box. This is like a G1 whatever.
A commemorative series release.
Yeah. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense for Piranacon to have like an English release like this, but for the 07 line, really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it was the main series at the time because by all means the Bayformers took over the Transformer scene when they came out originally.
I think this was a case of like a straggler line because around about 2004 was when they did the commemorative releases of original G1 figures.
Right, like
so this is like a tail end part of it.
But from the box art, it makes me think that was part of like post TF07 line, from like the stylization of the text, for example.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, I just got went on a weird tangent because I saw that. Anyway,
yeah, it started with me seeing like, yeah, we just started with like, okay, what were the product? What were the Seacons deal? Were they like original characters or were they like the Pretenders?
Yeah,
and then
the
I
other
just
one's
see
being weird because they're technically not even originally supposed to be that. That makes a little more sense.
Anyways,
here's the last one of our Dino. What the fuck do we call them? Dino Force.
Yeah, the Dino Force. Yokiru.
Yokuryu?
Yeah.
Pterodactyl, huh?
Okay, is he? Okay.
This one's pretty bad too.
Yeah. Oh man. I know that they were trying to come up with new gimmicks, but they really didn't pull it off with these.
No, they did not.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we might actually lower these guys like down to C tier.
I'm fine with that because these don't deserve to be much higher than they are. If anything, they do deserve to be lower.
Yeah. I'm thinking at least above the Junkions for now. Who knows? Maybe they might end up lower than that, depending on how we feel.
Yeah, I think right there feels right for now.
Target acquired.
I'm not surprised you consider them. Well, their individual forms are lower than King Poseidon or Piranacon collectively, but you know, them individually being better than him is still not saying much, but still higher than I thought they would get.
Well, Salinas didn't like us lowering the Dino Force down to C tier.
Well, I'm sorry, but what do you want from us? There's our alt forms just look off.
And again,
like I think the number one crux for me not liking them is the fact that they don't feel like they belong in Transformers. I think is the number one thing that bothers me about them.
Yeah, they're literally like He-Man-esque monsters, but like Transformers-fied.
Well, that's what I said earlier. When I expect like a dinosaur Transformer, I expect something like Grimlock, Slag, the actual Dinobots, not whatever this is.
Yeah. And again, if you want to make your own list, this is up on Tier Maker. And Anyways,
Yeah,
at
they
least
have a combined form.
yeah, they do have a combined form, which I will give them credit for that. Victory Dino King.
Oh god, okay.
It's all right, I want to say.
Like some screenshots definitely do it, give it more justice than others, but it's still not. Even at its best, it's not like stellar.
Yeah. Oh! I had a lot of bits just thrown at me there.
Yeah.
It's just raining bits on me. Thank you, Salinas.
Hallelujah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's raining
so he's
bits.
definitely not a weak combiner, but he's not like Devastator levels of iconic.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Maybe a bit lower than like Bruticus, because I do like this one conceptually. It's just greater than some of his parts, I'll say that for sure.
Yeah, definitely. The combined mode definitely carries it up there.
Yeah.
Bruticus is all the way up in S tier, so
Yeah.
I will.
So, definitely not better than Bruticus, but definitely still up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him next to Predaking, because I feel like the archetype, well, at least combined mode wise, they're very similar. It's just the bits just keep getting thrown at me.
The only thing bringing down the rest of the Dino Force is their weird relationship with their alt modes. They're not even like really dinosaurs in and of themselves like the Dinobots were. They are inserts of shells. That's what their alt form is.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry for all the bits and sound violence. I was trying to contribute since I watched your previous parts of this. Oh, thank you.
We love that. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Besides us, now I'm actually wondering
shitting all over the Seacons, just taking a massive dump over all of them. We
and the
Dino
and the Dino Force. Like,
the Dino Force had something going for it. The Seacons are just awful.
Yeah, what were they? I wonder what their opinion was on our rankings so far. But anyways, now we're finally getting into. Now we're gonna end this Transformers victory off on a high note, hopefully.
Okay, we're not that far out from being complete. All right.
Yeah, the last of the series characters, the Armor Masters, or their Japanese name, the Breast Force.
Armor Master feels a lot more correct.
Yeah. We're going to start with the honorary member because he doesn't actually form into the combined mode. So we're starting off with Death Cobra. Another very interestingly named Transformer.
Keep throwing these fucking names at me. Like, what am I supposed to get out of Death Cobra?
And
that's an actually cool design too. Like, I like this one a lot, but his name just does not do him any favors.
Well, I mean, he has the Cobra thing going on with his helmet there. And to be fair, the Cobra is a type of helicopter.
Okay, you want to know something? This feels like it was meant to be like a G.I. Joe Transformers collab and it just fell through and they kept the mold anyway.
Yeah, I think so as well. I did say that, like, these guys were part of what... Actually, no, I'll get to them when I get to Lyle Kaiser. But were we thinking of placing Death Cobra?
Probably show me a low A tier, then I'll get a vibe for it.
I'm definitely thinking at least low A tier for him.
So and probably better than Skids, but I don't know how much higher than that.
I'm thinking above Overkill.
Okay.
And Salinas said, only issue I had was Sunstreaker maybe should have been higher because he was the first Transformers ever. Yeah, I made a little speech case for him, but we decided like A was where we'd stick with him for now. And again, we might move them around a little bit.
For sure, we're definitely moving some of these around before we end off the tier list tonight.
Yeah.
A lot of these don't expect a whole lot to move because really the only reason one would move right now is because say like we had been experiencing some level of fatigue from ranking over hundreds of bots at this point.
Yeah, like
And we didn't think of
the list
I
is
was
like
personally surprised looking back that I put Cliff Jumper higher than Bumblebee. Like that was surprising to me looking back.
that was one of the first ones we did.
Right. But that was like weeks ago by this point.
All right,
Yeah, let's
now
get
we're
some-
fine. Now we're getting onto the actual breast force or the armor masters. I'm just going to refer to them as the armor masters from now on because
Thank you.
yeah, all right. All right, first up we have Leo Zach.
Christ almighty, these names.
I will say a little bit better than what they came up with for the Dino Force names.
Yeah, because that's like a solid jet transformer right there.
And again, F-14 Tomcat, one of the fan favorite jets right there, especially for Ace Combat fans like myself.
That's pretty good. I like this design.
Yeah, and while we're at it right now, the actual like chest plate drone, what do you think of it? Because it's supposed to be a lion. Let me actually see if I could find the HasLab version.
But
okay, wow, this is
that's a cool one.
yeah. This is the one that I want to pick up, but you know, it's rough. It's a little bit less than Piranhacon is going for right now, but you know, actually it's probably worth like just bringing up the Hasbro Pulse page for him. Yeah, I know all about all this stuff. Yada yada yada. All right, here's the armor plate.
Oh, so they do. Okay, yeah.
I probably also should have done this for Death Cobra because he has one technically as well.
That is only $300.
No, the HasLab funding for this ended.
Oh,
this is the original price. They're going for like twice that now.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but yeah, Death Cobra's is literally a snake. Let me see if I can.
Does Death Cobra turn into like a gun for Leo Kaiser? How does that work?
Okay, so I'll get to this when I talk about Hellbat, but yeah, okay. He is able to turn into a shoulder cannon for Leo Kaiser, which also I think that might have influenced a recent like thing for Bruticus where SS-86 Shockwave, yeah, SS-86 Shockwave can combine with Bruticus to form like a shoulder cannon for him, which is yeah, it's a short little reference to when Bruticus was using him as like a handgun in the G1 cartoon. Yeah, I know it's pretty strange, but it was a reference worth mentioning.
That makes sense at least, but this is
I can't. Okay, here's the Cobra for him.
It's a literal snake.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. But yeah, as for Leo Zach, I like how unlike some of the other ones, his armor plate animal is actually sharing a color scheme with him.
That makes sense. Does that not true for all of them?
No, it's not true for all of them. And also worth mentioning that they turn into guns for them, so they're also technically target masters.
Because conceptually, these are some of the coolest ones we've seen. Yeah, I see why this is among one of your favorites.
Yeah. I'm personally thinking for Leo Zach here, I'm thinking at least high A, low S.
Probably low S, because that's actually a pretty strong one.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely one of the stronger ones. Let's see where the others rank up, because I don't think he's above S. What do you think? Is he above Astro Train?
No, I don't think so. Again, Astro Train is Astro Train. He's way too iconic.
Yeah, even above some of the trains.
Okay. I'm thinking like around the level of Yukikaze and Nacelle. I think between them is where we'll stick him.
I thought you would rank them higher just because you've wanted this figure so badly. Like Leo Kaiser combined.
Okay, yeah, I'll concede to that. And
But
again,
I was thinking, like, this
I
is
want to say,
your opinion.
yeah. Again, we'll probably move them around a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I also want to say this. They have the animal thing going for them with, you know, the helmets and the breastplate animals. I feel like they pulled it off a little bit better, at least aesthetic wise, personal opinion, than Beast Wars. Yeah,
But
just
I feel
me.
like this was doing something entirely different than Beast Wars. Like, this was something. It's interesting because this is kind of in a scenario where you have something where they do have little companions like Soundwave does, but it's not like their entire thing. They just have like one little dude that's like this.
All right.
Instead of like
Yeah.
a fleet of them like Soundwave or Blaster.
Well, I mean, in a way, they are a fleet since there's 6 of these, technically 7 of these guys.
I know, but like there's only one armor master per bot here.
Yeah. All right, next up we have Drillhorn.
Drillhorn.
Who I think tied with between him and Jaguar looks the most like a normal Transformer without, like, you know, without the animal headpiece.
But I can kind of see from his design where that would come from. I can kind of see it.
Also,
because like he's got little, yeah, like
the
this
drill,
makes sense. Like
the drill tank.
Yeah, and then his little companion is a little bull or rhino.
Hang on, I gotta see what this is. Yeah, mechanical rhino is his breastplate. I mean,
That's
it does.
Cool look for him, though.
Yeah, the drill tank, we like that one. I feel like maybe a bit better colored than, what was his name? Not highbrow, nose cone.
Yeah, definitely stronger than that. But I feel like he deserves to be definitely on par with the last one, just because I feel like the last one's color scheme was a little better, but this one is just as good conceptually, and I like the alt form a little better instead of just being another jet.
Yeah, indeed. These guys are like the ultimate military vehicle combiner.
Like this guy, like these guys, I might like better than fucking Bruticus, which is kind of wild and nutty to me because Bruticus is probably my favorite combiner so far.
Did you remember to review and rank Crimzeek?
Crimzeek.
Crimzeek!
If we do add him to this list, we're doing that purely to put him in non-robot entity because
yeah,
I know that
exactly.
he's like canonically the most powerful entity in Transformers, but I don't have to give him that.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I probably should give a little bit of backstory on each of the members here. So Leozak, well, he's the leader of the group, and he was gonna try to undercut Deathsaurus and take Decepticon leadership for himself. So he's basically Starscream to Deathsaurus's Megatron.
Now I kind of want to watch Transformers Victory because this is honestly a compelling story.
All right, yeah, definitely. And all the more reason why I want to get an official dub of this show in English.
That's right. It's only in Japanese right now. There's no official English dub.
Again, aside from the unauthorized one.
I was gonna say, well, that's why I said official, because you're not gonna. Considering how much time has happened between the original debut of this and now, I doubt we're ever gonna get a English dub, like an official one.
Oh man, Caspin has said this in regards to him not being a non-transforming entity, Crimzeek. He can turn into a stressful headache for everyone else.
You're not wrong, no, but I don't know if that qualifies.
When I go back and like edit this particular clip, if I decide to do that, I'm putting the "get out" sound effect on that one.
Yeah.
Anyways, now for Drillhorn, he's the group strategist, and his deal is like he he mainly goes off of experience rather than what actually ends up happening, like personal experience.
Right.
And that kind of undermines him and his teammates. So, but yeah, aside from that, love the design, love the alt mode. And again,
pretty solid.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, next.
Next up is Kill Bison.
Kill Bison?
Yeah. This one,
again, offensive names by this point, but not great.
Not an offense. Well, apparently Hasbro thought it was an offensive name because when they did a Combiner Wars version of Leo Kaiser back in 2015-ish, and they changed his name to Iron Bison because they didn't want to have a character that had the word kill in his name. But yeah, as for him, the alt mode is
a character named Buzzkill.
Yeah, I think so. I gotta search that up. Transformers Buzz.
Okay, so maybe not officially.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so maybe I got that wrong, but
now we're getting onto
the change of name here.
Now we're getting onto the Armor Masters where their chest plate, the color of their chest plate doesn't necessarily correlate with the color of the bot as a whole. I mean, the white legs.
I definitely see what you're saying, but for here, I feel like it works. Like the red accents matching his eyes, the yellow, not the yellow, the white, the grayish matching his like legs and his cannons. Like that at least makes sense to me.
Also, I do like, well, I mean, aside from the bull horns that he has on his head, I like the classic, again, visor with the mouth guard.
Yeah, that's a very solid design aspect. And he has like little bull horns too, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. And, well, his character deal is like, he's basically the psychopath of the group. He just lives for destroying Transformers. I'll leave it at that.
Violence.
Yeah, he's the most violent of the group. And
what is he supposed to be, though? Like a self-propelled artillery or what?
Yes, he's supposed to turn into a Gepard anti-aircraft tank.
Oh, okay.
Which that kind of... He's basically like a hard counter to Star Saber's jet mode. If you think about it.
He's literally an self-propelled anti-aircraft gun.
Yeah, definitely.
And his little partner's cute, too.
Yeah, not my favorite of the Armor Masters so far, but he's still up there.
Not bad, but definitely the weakest one so far, but not like offensive or bad.
Well, the name by Hasbro standards is probably a bit offensive, but
I liked it better back before they changed it.
Yeah.
If anything, it's like the one name in the Japanese series that got like really, really right, and then they're like they pussied out so they couldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking below Shoki and Yukikaze.
Okay,
that's fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right. Next up is Jaguar.
Jaguar? Like it's spelled Jaguar, but it's pronounced Jaguar. Jaguar.
Even
what is this character's official name?
The wiki spelled it wrong, it seems. Transformers Victory. Jaguar. How did they misspell his name so many times?
My number one question is, who the fuck... Remember that one, I think it was one of the Dinobots and the Bayformers that had like fucking 3 different official quote-unquote names where it was confusing what to fucking call them. I think we have another instance of that.
It was the Triceratops Slag.
Yeah, couldn't figure out whether the name was Slug or Slag or I don't fucking know. This one's another example of that.
Yeah. We'll just call him Jaguar for now.
Alright, Jaguar, even though not even fucking HasLab has the fucking can get his name right at this point.
Yeah. Well, at least they kept one thing consistent. They kept the Jaguar sounding to it because his breastplate is a Jaguar.
Like maybe they were afraid of getting sued by like Jaguar the company. I don't know, like the car company.
I mean, was that really a concern back in 1980? I think 86 or not
Well, a tiny
86.
toy company like this didn't want to be sued
Yeah.
by an already established auto brand like Jaguar.
Yeah, I can see why. Anyways,
But as for
outside
whatever
that,
this dude's name is on his own merit.
As for Jaguar himself, this is the other bot that I can see like him being like a traditional G1 Transformers in terms of like the design.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he's all black. The Jaguar ears don't really stick up that much.
But it's subtle and I like that. It's not like in your face about the animalistic themes, but it's still like a subtle nod to it.
Yeah, and the breastplate here, it kind of works with his, it blends in with his chest here.
If anything, that one feels the most natural because it sits in his fucking chest cavity. It's not like sticking out, like it's taped to him.
Also, I love the alt mode for this guy. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of like the land vehicles, they took the dune buggy thing and they turned it into a rocket buggy, and that's just it's like chef's kiss badass.
Like, it's kind of like the drill one from earlier, where it's not a practical vehicle to exist in this context at all, but it makes such a cool fucking design for a vehicle that I have to love it.
Well, I mean, again, Lyle Kaiser's or the Armor Master's deal was like military vehicles, so this definitely fits the bill.
Like name a country that deploys a vehicle anything like this in their military.
Good question. I'll have to come back to you with an answer.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, this is not like a practical military hardware. This is not practical military hardware. It's purely for the cool, and I can respect that in this instance.
Okay, so Caspinus gave us an answer to why slag had so many names in Age of Extinction. Slag is an offensive term in the UK, so they changed him to Slug. And since it breaks theme with the original Dinobot names.
Right. Okay, that makes more sense.
All right. As for Jaguar himself, he's going right up there with his comrades. I just know it.
If anything, the highest of them, because in his like G1 original appearance, yeah, it's not great. But when they recolored for his figure on HasLab, oh, he looks phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, his ankle like rocket battery thing's a little bit weird to me, so he's not like perfect.
Well, I mean, it works in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I do have to quick pull this up. I want to see if I could find the picture of his, because he does form the lower chest portion of Lyle Kaiser, and you know how they did. You know how with Long Haul, the recent SS86 version, they gave him a trailer for his legs? Well, for Devastator's legs. Transformers Lab Lyle Kaiser.
Oh, I see. He's like the bottom portion of the torso. I see.
Yeah. So, hang on. I need to view this in another tab. They gave him this, which you could see it as like an even bigger rocket salvo, but it just looks ridiculous.
Yeah, no, that does look a little stupid because the part of the charm on the other HasLab figure we saw was that in its alt mode, it was like very minimalist. It was still like a rocket battery on the back of a dune buggy, which was pretty extra, but at least it like worked. This is just slapping something like it I don't know. It feels like a cartoonish idea of a car that's just like got something stapled to the back of it and expected to carry it. This does not look like it would work practically at all.
Well, I mean, again, this is something you can remove from him if you don't want to have the massive like excess salvo on the back.
Yeah, like it looked a lot better without the excess shit. Yeah, like that looks a lot better.
Mm-hmm. But anyways, he's still an S tier character design wise for me, and he's sort of the model soldier in the group, but he needs orders. Without orders, he's completely clueless.
All right, now is that the last of the
Nope, we still have two more.
Okay.
Probably the most interesting one up next is Hellbat.
Hellbat.
The name definitely checks out. His helmet's bat shape. His breastplate is bat shaped.
Yeah, that adds up.
And to add, and remember how I said that Leozak was trying to undercut Deathsaurus to take Decepticon leadership for himself? Mm-hmm. Well, Hellbat was basically doing that to Leozak.
Like if Starscream had a Starscream.
Yeah, exactly. Hell, he even turns into a jet, which he's definitely getting points for the alt mode.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, the Dassault Rafale is not my favorite jet, but it's definitely grown on me over time, especially as I've gone through the Ace Combat series.
Well, I was never a huge fan of like the flying Dorito body shape of jet, but at least this pulls it off really nicely by having the wings be different colors.
Yeah. And again, the canards. I love jets with canards. Now for his chest plate, again, it's a bat.
Nothing
it fits
to write home about.
Yeah, not the best looking of the group, but it gets the job done. It fits his name.
For sure.
And okay, now I gotta mention what
one.
Now I gotta bring up what Emil said. So remember Death Cobra from earlier. Death Cobra was interesting because he was an anime exclusive who appeared for one episode and was killed by Hellbat because Leozak was getting tired of Hellbat's he was getting tired of Hellbat's backstabbing. So he was going to replace him with Death Cobra in the combination. So Hellbat was trying to, when he heard about this, he basically went to Death Cobra and he was on his knees begging him to not accept Leozak's deal. And when that didn't work, they got in a firefight and Death Cobra ended up taking a bullet.
This entire plot feels like it's straight out of American G1. Just replaced like Megatron and Starscream. Just, oh my god.
And to make it even better, the Autobots were there watching the whole thing go down, and then after Death Cobra died, Hellbat said that it was the Autobots' fault because they were there.
This is insane. But it feels very G1. It's like silly and absurd, but you add like the little added. So I remember I think it was. I know I hate to bring this guy up again, but fucking Pointless Hub of all people brought up that the first two seasons of G1 was like very kid friendly, no real consequences to the actions of anything or repercussions at all. And then you have the movie to where it's just like a jarring amount of violence that was never in the series to begin with. With Victory in particular, you already have those sort of dark themes, but they dress it in a nice enough way to where it contrasts with more funny and humorous aspects of the show. I can't believe I'm saying this. It feels like Victory is like what G1 could have been if they took it a lot more seriously.
Definitely.
Anyway, as for fucking Hellbat himself, probably one of the weaker ones, although I have to respect his hustle for constantly trying to overthrow his leader. What the fuck was his leader's name?
Leozak.
Leozak, okay.
I'm going to put him just below Drillhorn.
I can agree to that, yeah.
Yeah, they have a similar color schemes again. Jet mode's probably I'm not sure if it beats out Jaguars, but it's definitely up there for like alt modes for me. In fact, all these guys
alt modes are pretty strong, except for maybe the Rhino one, which I don't. Well,
the
Drillhorn one I don't love. Not Drillhorn, the other one.
Oh yeah, Kill Bison.
Yeah, Kill Bison. Him, I don't love his robot design, but his conceptually he's pretty cool. Just his execution could have been a lot better. He's definitely the weakest of them, but that doesn't mean he's bad.
Definitely. Now for the last one, the last member that they picked up in the show, Guy Hawk.
Guy Hawk?
It's spelled Gai Hawk, but some people misspell it to literally Guy Hawk.
Okay, that makes a little more sense.
I think this one might actually take the place for like the weakest of the team for me, because I mean, I get what they were trying to do. They were trying to put a hawk's beak on his helmet, but that really does not work well with the rest of his body colors.
I mean, his Armor Master partner is pretty solid. Like, the colors work, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely does. And the alt
his
mode
form is literally just the same thing as fucking Hellbat. Wait, is it? No. This one has two fins on two.
Yeah, this is so. Again, flexing my knowledge a bit here. Let me quick pull up an image between the two different jets here. So, the Salt Rafale. So this is what Hellbat turns into.
Okay.
Again, a simple single-tailed jet with canards. This is what Guy Hawk turns into.
Jet engine, honestly. Okay, well, you know how I'm going to be impartial to the fucking MiG.
Wait, you're actually a MiG fan?
It's a Russian jet.
I can respect that.
Like, I know all Russian hardware isn't fantastic, but that's a good example of one. Anyway, I do like this one a tiny bit better than this vehicle mode. I do like it better than Hellbat. Robot mode, I can see why you think Hellcat's superior, or not Hellcat, Hellbat.
Yeah, and also of the group, he's probably the weakest written, because he was the last of the members to get added.
Right.
Okay, he's sort of like Drillhorn in a way that he's very violent, and he shoots out ice from his arms.
God, he got the birds, he got the ice. What is this, Pet Shop? JoJo reference. Anyway, yeah, he's probably getting ranked lowest among his comrades, just for me personally.
Yeah. That's not to say that he's, again, a bad character. In fact, a lot like all the Armor Masters, it's just that
his alt mode design I like better than Hellbat's alt mode design, but that's just me, I guess.
All right, now for the big boy,
I'll let you rant about
Kaiser.
this one, because you probably have a lot more to say about this than I do. Yeah.
Okay, so he's probably, from what I've heard, what I've seen, the most deadly combiner in the show. Not only is he probably the smartest Decepticon combiner, but he also has fucking invisibility.
What? A combiner that has invisibility?
Yeah, I don't wish I was joking. This is it is legitimately insanely cool. And just the way that it's combined. I mean, sure, you have all the different colors, which might not mesh the best, but in this I'm seeing like a mixture of Bruticus and Superion.
But as far as the color scheme goes, I kind of understand what they were doing, because like the cool colors are his left side, the warmer colors are his right side, and like in the middle you have like the green and the black and the white, so it meshes a little better. It actually looks visually very coherent and cohesive.
Yeah, precisely. I don't think I have much else to say. Oh, you have something?
And there's another combiner that did this a lot less good, in my opinion. I think it was Road Caesar, I think was his name. That just his combiner just did not look good at all. No, it was the one where it's like the combiner one. That one didn't look very good to me.
Landcross.
Yeah, Landcross. Landcross did not do nearly as well as this one did. They fucking were cooking with Leo Kaiser. This one looks really good. I see why you like this one so much.
Yeah, you can see why I want to try to pick him up, maybe even unbox him on stream.
Yeah.
If that day ever comes. Anyways, I think we said all that needs to be said. This guy is an easy S tier.
Yeah, for sure. On par with Bruticus at the very least.
Definitely,
concerned.
because he's almost like Bruticus Superion 2.0.
Yeah.
Actually, that's perfect. I'll put him right between them.
Yeah.
All right. And that concludes the Transformers victory segment.
That's it for victory.
Yeah. Oh man.
There's a little bit more over here.
Yeah, the last that we have to go through is Transformers Zone, which again, I'll give a brief history. It was only a 1-episode direct-to-video special. Well, it basically follows Starsaber stepping down as Autobot Commander and giving it to Die Atlas, who's the second character on this list. But first off, we're going to be talking about this monstrosity.
What am I looking at?
You were looking at, let me see if I could find the name related to this picture. Violin Jaeger.
That's his name.
Yes, that is his name. List of Transformers Zone characters. Yeah, the demonic three-faced leader of the Decepticons.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So basically a quintessson Decepticon. I think you already know where this is going to go.
Is he technically not a Transformer?
That's actually a good question. Let me look at the wiki page. Okay, a supernatural being born from the culmination of angry Decepticon souls.
Oh my god. Hideous and malformed and demony. That's what the actual wiki says. It uses the word demony.
Yeah, look at this. This is actually genuinely terrifying. The three faces of darkness.
I'm still not getting over that. His name is Violin Jaeger. There is no localization for his name. That's just his name.
Yeah. He looks like Boss Nass from Star Wars. Really? That's what you see in this?
Not like greatly. It's not the first thing I thought of. No,
not at all. Again, I first thought like quintessson Decepticon with the whole three-face nature of him.
Oh yeah, I couldn't even think of what I could relate this to, because this is just conceptually, it's already pretty bizarre. Design-wise, it's pretty bizarre. Like this, again, it's not even. I think we have to put it in non-robot entity, because in the very most literal sense, that's what this is. It's not a robot. This is the thoughts and feelings of a bunch of Decepticons manifest into an evil entity. This is bizarre.
Yeah, exactly. If we didn't have non-robot entity here, I would have put it in bad comedy for that, because again, quintesson Decepticon, you know how I feel about the quintessons.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of them either, but at least they pulled it off a little nicer here.
Yeah. And just put him below Devil Zed, because Devil Zed is a lot more pleasant on the eyes.
Yeah. Anyway, who's the first one that you mentioned?
Emil is heading to sleep now. It was a pleasure being with you on this journey to rank all the designs. I hope there will be another ranking in the future, even if it's not about Transformers.
I mean, we can definitely consider that sort of thing. We'll talk about that at some point, maybe at the end of the stream. But for now, let's just focus on getting through Zone.
Yeah. All right. So our first Autobot is Die Atlas. At least I think.
Die Atlas.
Okay, wait. This is Die Atlas. That name probably didn't translate over like the best.
No.
But design-wise, I actually got to see what his alt mode is. Because I like the robot mode. It feels a little bit, again, as a replacement to Starsaber, does feel a little bit more refined.
Definitely a better transition from Optimus to Rodimus.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so
Is this like a multi-form too?
oh yeah, a jet, a drill tank, and a base mode. They were
Interesting.
really playing a lot with. They were really going hard with the base modes. It seems.
So I guess the figure isn't my favorite so far, but design-wise, it's not awful. Like conceptually, like how they drew him in the show is not bad.
Yeah, Okay, so he's a power master who can combine with partner accessories. When combined with okay, he does the same. He as successor to Star Saber. The fact that he combines with Sky powered, or I'm sorry, Sonic Bomber. Oh man, I take it back.
Okay,
I
this one's
guess
ridiculous.
Victory Saber wasn't the end all be all for like the absolutely ridiculous like robot combinations.
I was
This
just
is
reading that paragraph and I didn't think it was funny until I read the words, the end result is big powered.
big power.
That's his actual name.
Oh my. Is there an actual? Oh my. There's not even a picture of him. If I had the images right now, I would search. I would have put them on the tier list. But anyways, as for Die Atlas himself, I mean, it's all right. Not, it doesn't do as much for me as Star Saber did. Again, I like Star Saber a lot. In fact, I probably should have asked this after we ranked Deathsaurus, but I'm thinking of getting a companion piece for Lyle Kaiser once I eventually, fork over the money for it.
Are you thinking of getting big powered?
No, they didn't even. They're not even like. They didn't even announce the next HasLab project for Transformers.
All right,
Though,
so what were you planning on getting?
well, since Victory Saber and Deathsaurus were already released and already on the aftermarket, I was thinking of either getting one of those two to go along with my Lyle Kaiser.
I would say like probably an Autobot as far as that goes, just so that you can have like, more dynamic posing and scenes on a shelf or something.
Yeah, definitely. Even though I asked the Reddit before, and they said go for Deathsaurus since he's like the better build figure, and he has a lot more articulation compared to Star Saber. But I do eventually want to try to get my hands on both. It's just a matter of which I get my hands on first.
But as for Die Atlas, I think his alternate forms, plural, really don't do any favors for me.
I mean, they're all right, but the drill tank is a little bit of a downgrade compared to some of the others that we've done so far. Like,
But even if, like, let's say, like, hypothetically, they released a figure of this guy tomorrow, how good would that be?
Good point.
Because, like, the robot form would look fantastic, but his alt modes, either one of them is going to suffer, or both of them or all of them are going to suck. So you're not really going to win there.
Yeah, a freaking. I know powered master, but quadruple changer seems more like it.
Yeah,
where are we
that's kind
thinking
of
of
what he is.
Where are we thinking of putting him?
Well, I already don't like him nearly as much as Star Saber.
Okay, so I'm thinking, where exactly did we put Star Saber? Trying to remember. There's so many bots.
Right? Oh my god.
So many bots on the list.
No, I don't remember. No, Star Saber was like a very top of A tier, I think. I'm sorry, top of B tier, top of B tier. You're right. My bad.
No, that's Victory Saber. That's the combined form of him and Victory Leo.
Oh yes, God, these are getting convoluted.
Yeah,
I thought Transformers was already pretty bad about that. Above Minerva, could just past her.
Yeah, I'm thinking below Road Caesar for now.
Okay.
Okay, I found Star Saber below the
Okay.
Protectobots.
The only reason I don't like Star Saber as much as you do is because design is very busy, especially for one that's meant to be as iconic as he is.
All right, and Caspinus said, Violent Jaeger is cheeky Starscream's ghost in a trench coat.
That was making me really want to watch these series because the Japanese series in particular feel like to be really good. It's like a lot better than the American G1 series. Like specifically, Victory is the one I want to check out.
Yeah. What the? No, I'm not searching up Transformers Big Daddy. Good lord.
That's probably an actual Transformer at some point, but I don't want to Google that either.
No, I don't either.
What the hell am I looking at?
I was trying to search up what Big Powered looks like as like his robot mode. Okay. These are legend scale, but you don't actually... Okay, this is what they look like in alt mode. No wonder you can't find like a picture of this guy in his like combined form, because I don't think
he has a combined vehicle form.
He has a combined vehicle form, but not a combined robot form. That is like the opposite of what we've come to expect.
Bizarre.
Yeah, absolutely bizarre.
At least as far as I can tell. We would probably have to watch the series to figure that out for certain.
All right, now is Sonic
That
Bomber.
one's Sonic Bomber. I like his design, his alt and robot forms. What's his? Is that another base form? Really?
Yeah, a very nice looking giant jet and a base form.
You know, it was great before the base form. The base form just does not add anything to it.
Yeah, the base form definitely toes it down a little bit.
Are all of them like that?
Maybe. Let me take a look.
This is a multi-changer.
Yeah. Okay. Speculation is Diatlas, along with Sonic Bonner and Roadfire, are the next HasLab releases. Well, I guess that answers your question. They are considering doing it.
Yeah, Sonic Bomber on his own looks fine. I just don't like that he immediately starts to combine with fucking Diatlas.
Yeah. Again, the jet mode. It definitely fits the name Sonic Bomber. I could definitely see this as as a bomber jet.
Well, not an incredibly strong name. With a lot of the Japanese names, I get that like linguistically it couldn't work the exact same way as it does in the English version, but they could have done so much better, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. What were we thinking of placing him?
Similar to Diatlas, just because he doesn't really occupying the same niche in my mind, not really doing a whole lot to set himself apart, but not offensive either.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's a stronger design than Ratchet and Ironhide, I'll give it that.
Yeah, definitely. Now for the last one, Roadfire.
That's a red car one.
I need to see what G1 Roadfire.
What the fuck?
What the? A freaking hover tank? Is that what this is?
I guess.
Wait
and
a
then
minute.
Again with the base forms. Why does every single one of this one need a base form?
That doesn't even look like a base form. It looks like
what?
It looks like a jet with a space, or maybe some sort of hover jet with this ridiculous thing sticking out of it.
That makes about as much sense as another base form.
Yeah, I think this is going to be like, this might go way further down the list.
Like at least the tank form looks okay. It's just I can't take any of these main Autobots seriously from the series. And he has like the Optimus head going on, so I want to call him like another version of Optimus, but that's not valid.
That's not the case here, unfortunately. I'm gonna put him like right around the area of right below Fortress Maximus and Grand Maximus. You even have the same color scheme. That work? Or
I guess.
all right, now we're on to, I think, the mini cons or Micromasters.
Moon radar.
Watch, he's gonna turn into like,
Yeah, about what I
Yep.
expected.
the name literally fits the bill. A moon rover with a radar on it.
Yeah.
Not much to say about the mini cons, honestly. Not the biggest
No.
fan of them.
I mean, we were never
I
the
think these
biggest
ones
fan, but
might
at least
actually.
This one tried to do something neat.
Yeah. In comparison to the other mini cons, where are you thinking of placing them? Because I think they're going to end up in like roughly the same tier.
Probably just below Clipper.
All right. I could agree with that.
Rabbit Crater.
What the? Again,
Galaxy
where were they
Shuttle's
going with these
pilot?
names?
What?
Okay, I love the alt mode. Again, it's like Minerva, but they
That
removed
is a very good alt mode, yeah.
they removed the ridiculous ambulance look to it.
Yeah, if they just gave this Minerva's body style, I'd probably like it a lot more, but it's about on par, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's see if I can find where Minerva is.
Oh, you just passed her. There we go.
Sorry, again, we're going through so many bots right now that's hard to keep track.
It's fine. Some of them
Yeah,
just
the legs-
blend together.
The legs look almost exactly the same.
Yeah, but this one is a lot more bulky compared to Minerva, which I guess makes sense. Minerva's meant to be like another fembot.
Yeah.
So I guess the same alt mode done slightly differently with very different alt or robot modes. That makes sense.
Oh no, please don't tell me. Please don't tell me we're getting to him now.
Who?
G1. Okay, we'll go over Overload first. Interesting how he was a Micromaster Autobot and then turned into a Decepticon in the movies.
So this is immediately puzzling my brain because he has a trailer that turns into like a hovercraft for himself.
Yeah,
That's what's happening here.
Yeah, they were doing the Jinrai thing where like, except it doesn't turn into like armor for him and he's a Micromaster. But I don't know. I'm all right with this one. Not quite as iconic as Jinrai.
It's fine for what
Yeah,
it is. It's not awful. I just don't love it. He's no Prime. Again, no Optimus
Again,
Prime.
not even.
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
nowhere near him.
He feels like a Temu Optimus Prime.
Yeah, precisely.
I'm not even
But
sure
not
if
in the
he
same
gets
way
as
that
high as
Ultra
Jinrai.
Magnus does, you know?
Okay, but Ultra Magnus at least tries to be his own character.
Yeah, I'm thinking, let's see. thinking-
Below the cone heads, really?
Yeah, below the cone heads.
Okay.
And now for the bot I've been dreading.
Which one's this?
Erector!
Uh-huh.
Need I say more? Probably the
Yes,
worst
because I know
name
nothing
that
about this.
probably the worst name that a Transformer's ever been given.
Erector. Erector. Like, I can see why this is the way it is, but also, God, it did not
Yeah,
age well.
The
What is his
crane
robot,
with
or what is his alt form even?
you already said it like during the first. You said it in the first episode that we did.
Oh, that's the one.
The crane with the with the hook in the inappropriate place.
That's the same one?
Yes, this is the same one. I think. Unless is like a different from a screenshot from a different series, but still.
Oh, I watched a decent amount of G1 American, and I've never seen that specific screenshot. And honestly,
Yeah,
this feels something that would be exceedingly Japanese.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I don't have a horrible amount to say about him other than funny cartoon design.
Absolutely ridiculous name. And again, I'm fine with crane bots, but this one was just oy oy.
The toy looks cool.
Yeah, the toy looks fine. It's just that screenshot is just ruins it for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in bed.
I'll let you place this one because I probably feel a lot less strongly about it than you do.
It's going in at the top of bad comedy for now.
All right. I'll see when some of the C-cons made it higher than that.
Yeah, 'cause at least some of them looked all right. They didn't have as ridiculous of something as like this.
Right.
All right, next up is rough stuff.
God, these fucking names.
Well, at least the toy looks decent.
All of them are like these little mini Micromasters.
Yeah, and this one it's like the color scheme of Onslaught. Heck, even the same like concept of him being like an anti-aircraft truck.
What even is this though? It's supposed to be like a
the anti-aircraft truck, and I want to call that like a battleship that he's sitting on.
I mean, it's kind of giving the vibe like vaguely spaceship-esque, but I'm not even really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's all right, but it feels like Temu Onslaught.
Okay, this one isn't nearly as similar to Onslaught. I see what they're doing here. There's like a line of these Micromasters that are doing their own things. They're like the little bot with like a trailer that does something else. That's cool and all. But I don't know if this one works nearly as good as the last one.
The last one being Overload.
Well, Erector was the last one technically, but
yeah.
Okay, I do like this one a little better than Erector, but not as much as Overload.
Yeah, let's see if I remember where I put. So many bots.
Above Perceptor, yeah.
Yeah, above Perceptor. I'm thinking lower than Great Shot.
Okay.
All right. Last up is Flat Top, which pretty strange that I wasn't able to find like an actual PNG image of him. Can kind of see why, which
Oh shit. This is probably my favorite one so far, actually.
the only strange thing is he doesn't seem to have a robot mode. Or rather, he does. It's just...
I mean, he does because you see him in robot mode right there.
Yeah, in the jet. Actually, I think he becomes the jet that's on this aircraft carrier here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, his aircraft carrier becomes like a vehicle for him.
You know, I think this is what they were... This almost feels like Broadside, but done, like, better, almost. I mean, he is still a Micromaster, but... Yeah, I take back what I said. I kind of like this one.
That's probably my favorite one of the Micromaster so far.
All right. What were we thinking?
Conceptually, I like that a lot.
What were we thinking?
Probably above Overload, but I don't know how much higher. Like, is he up there with Victory Leo or whatever? Some of these are just wow.
Yeah, it's just insane how many we have here. Thinking below Victory Saber.
Yeah.
All right, so those were all like, again, just regular Micromasters. These ones turn into battle stations.
Okay.
So first up is Ironworks, I believe. Transformers Ironworks G1. Yep. Again, another Micromaster truck.
Oh, but
his
this
thing
one's
is,
got like a whole construction site. Interesting.
yeah. I think that's something they were trying to explore at the time, is like they were trying to tap into the Micro Machines audience with this one.
Right.
Not sure how much to make of it. It's just like, it's all right, I suppose. Just nothing.
It's probably one of the weaker ones so far. It's not
Nothing.
offensive. It's not great.
Nothing. Not really much to write home about.
Not at all. No.
So I'm thinking, I'm thinking like between B and C.
Okay.
Not
Down for that.
okay. Yeah, not quite as bad as Abominus, but not really above anything else.
What are the target masters you're looking like?
Yeah, I'm thinking above the Target Masters. Like here seems fine.
Right below Browning.
Yeah, we love Browning.
I just love the concept of Browning being a massive fucking meme. It's literally just a human-sized gun. That's all he is. Anyway, who's Ironworks is all right. Hothouse is next.
Yeah, Hothouse. Which that's, again, another strange name. This though I like. Well, first off, A10 jet mode.
Yep, I see the yep, I see why you like this one. Jesus Christ, is his base under like a massive tank?
Yeah, like that's an air defense turret there, and I don't know what I think.
I think it's meant to be like a hangar, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oh yeah, I see what they were doing here. So the base itself actually transforms from like this regular airport to like a Death Star style battle station.
It's pretty cool. It's probably up there with the other one.
Yeah, I'd say better than the other one so far.
Personally, I think it's not, but if you want to rank it a little higher, that's you.
Yeah, I'll put it again below Browning, above Ironworks for now.
Well, Ironworks is pretty weak. I'm thinking that Hothouse can go a little bit closer to what the fuck did we decide the aircraft carrier one was? I like that one on a similar level. Flat top, yeah. I like this one similar to flat top, but not nearly as much.
Okay, fair enough. I'll put them just below then. I mean, they are sort of like a similar thing where like the Micromaster is like a jet, and then they land on top of a base.
But Hothouse's robot design looks a lot stronger than flat tops.
Yeah, I definitely see. I wish it would have been cool if they did like a full size version of him.
Right.
All right, next up is Grease Pit.
Oh God.
Again, these names the names were definitely like devolving during this time. It feels like
a monster truck.
Okay. That's actually a first, I think, that we've seen.
A monster truck transformer.
I'm surprised how long it took for them to come up with that. Granted, it's a Micromaster, but still, it's pretty damn cool.
I do think it's funny that the first monster truck they created was part of their Micromaster line. But I digress. Let's look at the base. That's probably going to be where most of the ranking comes from.
Yeah, so the regular base is a gas station, and then it turns into okay. The base mode is a little bit not as good as the other two.
No. But what is it supposed to be, though? I having a hard time getting a look at it.
Let me get a look at this in the another tab. Okay, that's not going to work.
Tiny ass image.
Nope,
Oh
not what I meant to look at. There we go. It's just a vertical. It's just like the same base
It looks
idea.
like they got
just like a tower.
missiles and like a gun battery. So maybe it's meant to be like a watchtower or something.
Maybe.
But as for the toy itself and the character, design-wise, it's all right. But that's another instance where I want to like it more than I actually do.
In the again, give it credit for like being the first monster truck transformer. In fact, I think we've barely seen any since.
Yeah, I can't even think of one off the top of my head.
I feel like next to Grapple.
That's fair.
Right.
Airwave.
This name actually does fit the G1 like naming bill.
Like that's a fairly normal name, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and another jet transformer. Gotta love
this
it.
One actually does the hanger thing a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like it was actually supposed to connect with what's his face with Hot House.
Maybe.
And then the base mode, good lord, that is actually
that's pretty cool. It's meant to be like an underground bunker type thing with missiles.
Exactly. And the jet mode again, an F-14.
His robot mode leaves a bit to be desired, but overall, as a Micromaster, I think he's pretty strong.
Definitely. Thinking right around the same level as these guys.
Yeah.
All right, we still got a few to go with here. So, Rocket Base, how original.
His name is Rocket Base.
Gee, I wonder what he transforms into.
Wow.
How surprising. Wait a minute. Is this even...
Like, that's not the next one in the line.
No, it's not. I was going to say...
Also, in English, it's referred to as Autobot Countdown.
Wait, that's literally his name? All right, I got to search up, like, Transformers Countdown.
I think we're starting to get into, like, weird territory where, like...
Yeah, exactly.
Like, in an instance where, like, they have one name in Japanese or English, and then it has to change it for whatever reason.
Yeah, that was the Moonlander one from earlier, Moon Radar.
So what's the little green one next in the tier list?
Good question. Might be ground. Again, I'm just going off the names here that are showing up for the list.
Okay, it's probably
okay. This is Ground Shaker. Because I'm gonna say like Rocket Base. It's literally just a rocket base.
Mm-hmm.
It might be like Metroplex where they didn't turn into like, except they didn't turn into a robot. They're just like a fully automated city. Now Ground Shaker here. Not very much. Yeah, not much to see in terms of like.
I mean, his like.
They don't really show much.
Base thing is pretty cool.
Yeah. Wait, the vehicle base thing. Oh.
Yeah, because you see, he's a Micromaster because like the little green jet is Ground Shaker himself, and then like everything surrounding him is like the auxiliary based shit.
Yeah, I can see why they're Micromasters. They'd have a hell of a time trying to make this for a full-size Transformer.
Right.
Yeah, the tank looks The tank looks good. I like the jet mode. It's kind of like the predecessor to the War for Cybertron jets.
Yeah, except I think I like those ones a little more. I don't know what it is about this. Maybe it's just the robot form isn't doing it for me.
Yeah, I could kind of see why.
Like, it's not, again, not offensive, just nothing particular or interesting.
Yeah. Were we thinking of putting him?
Maybe low B.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like, he feels a bit more, like, color-wise, he's a bit better than a Target Master, but conceptually, not much better.
Mm-hmm. Precisely. Now, Skyhopper, I had a hard time trying to find.
You put Transformers twice.
This is. I had a hard time trying to find an image for this guy, so. Yeah, the best I could do is like a comic image. Yeah,
But,
here
like,
he is. Another assault Rafale.
hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. This is a jet with an
that goes
even
into
bigger
a
helicopter vehicle for himself that also happens to turn into a base.
Yeah, it took a moment for me to see that.
And he also has an Autobot counterpart called Sky Hyper, apparently.
Sky Hyper. Oh my. Yeah, it took. At this point, with Zone in particular, I feel like I was losing track with who's an Autobot, who's a Decepticon.
Zone is definitely one of the ones that are a lot less cohesive than the other series, I feel like.
Yes, it definitely feels like that.
But it was released alongside G1 in Japan, right?
Mm-hmm. It was the last
kinda...
G1 series. It was the last G1 media that was released in Japan.
Kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense because, like, yeah. Hasbro and Takara would have been doing slightly different things with their media.
Yeah, definitely at this point.
Anyway, as for Skyhopper himself, what is there to write home about? I mean, he's got a cool vehicle form, but
yeah, I like the vehicle mode. It's just that shame that we didn't really see. Again, I feel like it would have been better if he wasn't a Micromaster.
yeah, they get like less coherent as it goes on. Like the Micromasters in particular with Zone, like a lot of them are like bases that make sense. Like the trailer one Overload, that one made sense because it was like a truck trailer type thing. Then you had like Skyhopper with his fucking helicopter and the one with the tank. I don't remember which one that one was. It just gets less, it makes less sense the more you think about it.
Yeah, Ground Shaker.
Yeah.
All right, we're in the home stretch now.
Okay, what do we got?
All right, I gotta remember who's who for the Micromaster Race Patrol.
Is this the first appearance of Barricade in G1?
Yes, it is. All right, so the first one is Roller Force.
These fucking names, dude. I cannot get behind these at all.
Okay, I like, again, the Dune Buggy mode looks all right. But what is this? What is going on with
is
this
he meant to be
here?
a triple changer? What is going on there?
I
some sort of weird
don't want to
combiner
say
thing?
what that looks like. I genuinely do not want to say what that looks like.
I'm sure the audience can use their imagination, but what? Definitely not much higher than C tier for me because this is just.
Yeah, no, it's better than the Junkions, better than the Dino Force.
It's not this.
Yeah, I'm putting it here just above Wheelie. All right, next up. Oh man, Groundhog, another very original name. Oh,
what is going on there?
Again, I like the alt mode, but I think what was going on here is that they combined together into this ridiculous looking thing.
Maybe. I like his purple color scheme a lot more.
Yeah. The purple and yellow-ish
That actually
thing.
works.
What are we thinking in relation to the other?
Probably the highest of them so far, but that doesn't say much.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Motorhead.
That's a band.
Yeah. It took me a moment to remember. It took me it took me a moment to remember that.
What is his alt form supposed to be?
I think that's either a Corvette or a Firebird.
And I do like those style of cars. It's just I don't really love what I'm looking at, regardless.
Yeah. Again, it feels like they're not doing anything right, but not doing anything wrong. And the fact that it's a MicroMaster.
It's not offensive. It's just not my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just below his yeah.
Yeah, they even look like they're colored very, very similarly.
They do look very similar, like inverses of each other, yeah.
All right, last up is Barricade.
That's what Barricade looked like.
Yeah, I wish I was joking there, but that is legitimately what Barricade looked like. That's what he looked like in Transformers Zone. I mean, his original name was Runner. But still, we're going to call him with the name that we're more familiar with.
Barricade, yeah.
Yeah. And he turns into an F1 car, but honestly...
His alt mode is doing him some favors, but his color scheme and robot is not.
It doesn't fit the name Barricade at all. No. Especially knowing that what he evolves into.
Well, Barricade being a police officer later in the franchise makes a lot more sense than this.
Yeah, precisely. I don't know. He gets a lot more. He gets a lot more attention later in the series, but
anything, he's weaker than a lot of his predecessors because he has like the golden underwear thing going on.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I wish you didn't point that out to me. Now I have to put it even lower.
He's got the piss trousers.
Yeah, ouch. I wish
piss trousers from Zone.
The definition of I thought you were made of sterner stuff.
Yeah. What else we got so far? Oh, not much left. Okay.
Yeah, not much left. We still
Metro Titan, Metro Shot, Metro. What the fuck am I reading?
I'm trying to remember who's who here. I know Metro Titan's this guy.
We didn't even talk about Rocket Shuttle or whatever.
Rocket Shuttle?
The rocket base one.
Yeah, but it didn't even turn into a robot, so...
Oh, so it's technically not a Transformer.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could say the same thing about Slammer and Metro Tank up ahead, but they at least had figures... just recolored Slammer. In fact, the whole deal with these guys is they're... So in the series, or in the one episode, Violent Yeager here resurrects a bunch of the Decepticon combiners, and he travels through time and takes Metroplex and turns him into a Decepticon, along with all of his drones. So that's how you ended up with these guys.
That's not even like a series finale or anything. That's just like a random episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just move on to these guys, yeah.
Yeah, so Metro Bomb here.
They all have Metro in their name.
Yeah. And this one, I like the alt mode. Again, another Porsche 959, but the name really doesn't fit. An orange sports car like this with a name like Metro Bomb.
All you're doing is just making it an orange sports car, which I guess can be interesting, but they just did not do anything creative or fun with this.
What was the one that they did before? It was like Minerva, not Minerva, the other one.
Other one what?
The other one that turned into Porsche. I'm trying to find him.
Red Alert?
No,
I thought he
not
was in like A tier.
no, not Red Alert. I feel like it was somewhere around here. Oh, right. Rabbit Crater.
Where's Rabbit
It's
Crater?
basically just him, but recolored.
Yeah. Probably not much better, considering Rabbit Crater did it a lot better, even though all of these names, just all of these fucking names, I hate all of them.
Don't worry. We're in the home stretch. We only have
Thank God.
5 left, and we're going to be ending off with...
Shop?
Yeah, Metro Shot. Again, I wish I was able to find... Yeah, they didn't even... There's not even a PNG for this guy. It's just that he shows up as this.
That panel from the comics.
Yeah, and... Okay, so he's basically Decepticon 6-gun.
Probably
Wish I could
towards
say
the bottom, just because he's not anything.
Not nearly as colorful as 6-gun.
No. And these ones are like, there's hardly even any images of them circulating around the internet, so it's hard to even, like, without watching the series directly, prove that they exist.
Exactly. All right, well, at least these last 3 for Zone, at least we have images for them, so... Metro Dash. Oh my. I guess they were trying to do...
Conceptually fine, just not...
Yeah.
Not fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think, like, right now, the 6-wheeled sports car... I'm not even sure whether that's a truck or a sports car.
It's definitely a weird one, because I've never seen a sort of, like, sports car body with 6 wheels. I mean, they did have something like that with in the American G1 with
Drag Strip.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a strange one for me. And again,
this is a bit lesser than Drag Strip, yeah.
Yeah. I'd say even a lot lower. His prime... Okay, so also known as... Yeah, he's literally Scamper, which is the black car that runs around Metroplex, just evil. But yeah, I'd say a lot less good than Drag Strip. I'm thinking...
Maybe the fandom will have something substantial to say about this, but so far with this vibe of Zone is that... And again, this might piss off some real big fans of Zone. I don't know if they exist, but I'm sure they do. It doesn't feel like Zone tried nearly as hard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a proper conclusion to the series.
Or even a continuation or an off-spin. It just doesn't feel... Yeah, it's Transformers, sure, but it feels much more like a bootleg than anything official, or of any official capacity whatsoever. This one, what the fuck is going on here?
Okay, it's Slammer, but blue and white. Oh,
well, great job. What's happening right here with Metro Titan and his pieces is it's just Metroplex, but like done worse. And I know that's literally part of the canon, but at least make that compelling. You did it with Nemesis Prime.
Yeah, it's like they could have given him... This might sound like a cop-out, but it would have been way better if they gave him like Triptychon's color scheme.
Anything would have been an improvement, really, because I mean, Metro Titan does have something going for him, like design-wise, but his piece is not great. No.
Well, I will give credit to this guy, whoever he is, who actually repainted Slammer into a robot version of Metro Tank. But yeah, not as strong as Slammer, in my opinion.
Anything is much lesser than Slammer, because at least Slammer had something. He had a little bit of charm going for him in the small role he played. That's completely absent.
Yeah, definitely. Thinking right here for now.
All right.
Again, Wow, it's actually 11:05 where I'm at right now, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter. We're almost finished with this.
we're almost there. We're gonna have a small retrospective, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about it, I'm sure, and then that's it.
Yeah. All right. Now for the last of Zone's characters, Metro Titan. Again, what is there really to say here? It's Metroplex but recolored and turned into a Decepticon.
That's literally all there is to say about the matter. Yeah.
Yeah, again, not much characterization was done with him here. Yeah, nothing more than. It doesn't seem like anything more than a giant, mindless slave to Violent Jaeger. And again, it doesn't even end off with like whether or not he survived or got destroyed at the end of Zone. That really doesn't. It really doesn't make it feel like a proper conclusion to the series. Again, don't kill us for that.
Honestly, I'm just baffled that Zone exists in this state at all.
As for Metro Titan himself, again, not. I don't want to put him on the area, like anywhere near the area of Metroplex. I still think it's all right, but again,
Definitely lesser
not
than
as-
Metroplex because it's literally just him, but in a different font.
yeah, I feel, and the color scheme again doesn't match the Decepticons as well.
No, it feels like an Autobot color scheme.
Exactly. I'm thinking like, ugh, just above Alpha Trion.
Sure.
All right. Well, at least we're going to be ending this off on a high note. There was one bot that I missed when we did the 86 movie, and that was Unicron.
I was wondering where he was at because I realized we made it past the 86 TF movie, and I'm just thinking, wait a minute, we missed someone pretty substantial here.
Yeah, I wanted to save him for last because, again, with Zone, it was a bit of an underwhelming finish. But with the 86 movie anniversary this year, I figured we'd end off with the 86 movie's debatably most iconic character,
Remind me who voices him because I know he's substantial. I just forget his name.
Orson Welles.
Yes. Oh my god. The Orson Welles voiced fucking Unicron, and it was one of the last roles he ever had in a major film production.
Yeah.
So,
Do we really need to say
besides-
how he did that? Do we really need to say how they got him involved?
I don't remember the story.
Well, apparently he was like, again, I might sound like I'm copy pasting from my brain's so fried at this point. I forgot his name. The Pointless Hub video, when they said that he was very like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and he was basically
was
taking up
just
any role that he
pretty much-
could.
Yeah,
Yeah.
accepting pretty much any role he could because he was really big at one point, but now he's in dire financial straits. And they gave him a good chunk of change for this because of a toy company.
Yeah. It was literally only like one morning of voice work, and
Like,
he pulled it off.
I'm struggling to process that because you have one of the most famous fucking people to ever grace Hollywood, and their last major role in anything ever is Transformers the movie. That's like
Now,
Robert Downey Jr. starring in like the next G.I. Joe reboot. But as for Unicron himself, S tier. Do I have to elaborate?
yeah, it's literally just a force of destruction, both in planet and robot form.
Before he even transforms, he is literally a cosmic force of nature,
Yeah, exactly. And
devouring entire planets.
yeah,
And
the
conceptually,
series death count went from 0 to untold billions as soon as this monstrosity showed up.
literally the second he was on screen, he just wiped out an entire planet.
Mm-hmm. And well, one survived, but he still ended up dying afterwards.
But Unicron himself, I think that's an easy S tier, maybe like mid to low S tier, because I don't know if he's as iconic as Prime.
Yeah, definitely not as strong as some of the others here, but I want to still place him like in the upper echelon of S tier.
You have to put him
Like
just above my boy Sunstorm.
I'll put him below. I
Okay,
mean,
thank
you have
you.
you have Sunstorm, I have Blitzwing.
True.
There we go.
That works for
And
me.
it is done. What
Holy
we have
shit.
here, ladies and gentlemen, is a full culmination of our rankings of every G1 Transformer that showed up in the cartoons and the Tranimaes.
The Tranimaes. I forgot I coined that term.
Yeah.
I thought I'm the first one to come up with that, but that was still pretty funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is there to even say about the list at this point?
It is, yeah, it's extremely massive. All of this is completely up for debate. And again, it might change depending on the day that we do this, but I think we have a pretty solid handle on like our rankings right now. Like,
yeah, scanning it,
even
I don't see any like radical shifts to where like one being like weirdly low or high.
Yeah, well, the only one I could really think of is like Victory Saber and Star Saber, because again,
And the
a
only
little bit
reason
of
those are
personal
ranked as low
attachment
as
to
they
those,
are-
but
yeah, like I said,
a little
the
bit of
only
personal.
reason
Yeah,
they're as low
sorry,
as
we're
they are
talking.
because I don't like them personally. You're more a fan of them than I am.
Yeah, precisely.
I'm still not
We
gonna get over Browning. That was probably the most significant one that stuck out in my head today. He's literally just a gun.
yeah. Oh man, do you have any final words that we have to say before we publish this tier list, Tisha?
I guess the only thing substantial I would have to say before we set this in stone is this has been a hell of a fucking journey, because I was never I like I'll say this right now for those of you who maybe didn't tune into like the last two streams. I don't anyway. For those of you who don't know either way, I've never really been hugely exposed to G1. I've picked it up here and there, but I've never like watched the entire series front to back. And the Japanese G1 was just completely foreign to me. Like I had no idea that was a thing for a long time. But from what I was able to recognize in here, it was a nice stroll through memory lane. It was aspects of my childhood that I rediscovered and parts of it that I was only now discovering well into adulthood. It was definitely as much of a retrospective on the series as it was my relationship with the franchise as a whole. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of the same deal with me. I grew up as someone who, for the longest time, was only exposed to the Bay Formers, and then seeing where it all started, and then sort of grew a bit in Japan. It felt gratifying being able to put something like this together, even if, like, again, some of our knowledge on some of these characters was far from complete.
Exactly. Like, and I know I had a lot more to say about the earlier seasons of G1 because of my more positive association with those, and then because a lot of Japanese G1 like Super God Master Force was pretty different than regular G1, Zone was pretty different than regular G1, but for what it was, I think if I watched Victory like an English I guess you could say sub, then I'd probably appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah, there is an English sub version of it, but again, I would dream of the day that we get an official English dub for it.
Which, like I said, as far out as it is, it would be unlikely. And even then, you wouldn't get like a lot of the voice actors you'd probably want. But even if that magically did happen one day, I would watch that in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, so would I. It would be a dream come true for fans all over the world who, again, we're only exposed to like the Japanese version with sub, and it's all up for debate.
And I don't know how many super fans of Japanese G1 there are in the English speaking world, but I'll say this right now. It's not what I expected of Transformers, and maybe that's why you like it, but it's definitely why I didn't like it.
There's definitely enough of them to warrant like creating the HasLab projects, because again, you have Victory Saber, Deathsaurus, and Lyle Kaiser
was
coming up.
genuinely one of the best combiners I've seen as that has been made into a toy line.
Yeah, definitely. It's a shame. I mean, outside of the Combiner Wars release, which was heavily butchered. In fact, let me pull this up for you real quick. Combiner Wars Lyle Kaiser. When they brought Lyle Kaiser over to America in Combiner Wars, they did not do him much justice.
Yeah, because immediately oh my god, what the hell?
So the first thing you might notice is Leozak and Jaguar aren't part of this. Instead, they're replaced by Deathsaurus, who is really just a retool of Skylynx.
I don't like this figure at all.
Yeah, I mean, the individual bots, they look all right. Well, again, aside from Deathsaurus. But again, this just doesn't look as much like Lale Kaiser as, you know, the real deal.
No, like this. Yeah, I would hate this specific toy in particular because I liked I can't remember the name of the leader again.
Leozak.
Yeah, Leozak. He actually looked like a compelling character. Just replacing him with Skylynx like this just feels wrong. Also, he looks weirdly out of place with Skylynx randomly being the leader of the fucking armor guys like this.
The Armor Masters. They didn't even have the Armor Master gimmick.
Which, why even bring them back if you're going to take that away from them?
Exactly.
Yeah, they had the combiner thing, but
they also changed the name up to the Destrons, which is literally just the Japanese term for the Decepticons.
So, like Hasbro and Takara, they definitely have some miscommunication at times. Because, like, under what circumstance would you have this happening to begin with? Because why would you name one specific character after what they call the entirety of the Decepticon faction in Japanese?
Exactly, it's strange. I'm willing to bet that when if Takara released it in their market, they actually called it that, but they actually called them the Armor Force, or the Breast Force.
And it's not like the rest, and it's not like other things in that have both Western and Eastern releases for them. Like, for example, like your average anime, My Hero Academia, for example. Like, yeah, there's different localized names, but that's not really what's happening here. With Hasbro and Takara, they basically ran completely different lines for a while. They would use similar models and repaints and textures for sure, but at the core, I think that goes back to what this show is like at its core. It is designed as a thing that exists to show children to get their parents to want to buy them toys. That's what this is.
Hell, it's even sometimes worked on adults.
Exactly, because I'm not gonna lie, even though you really hate Skylynx, I kind of want a figure of him just because he's so funny. But as for the series in a vacuum, I feel like other series definitely did a lot of the things. Certain things they did better, certain things they did worse. I can't think of like specific examples because I'm pretty sure there's many takes on the Transformers franchise as there are Transformers fans themselves. Like, from someone who came from '07 Bayformers and has a decent relationship with G1, there could be someone who was born a little earlier than me, was exposed to like Armada, for example, and their favorite ended up being Beast Wars. I'm sure someone like that out there exists.
Yeah, definitely. I still have quite a ways to go in terms of like the series that I've watched. Hell, like I said, I only watched. I mean, back when I was a child, I did watch again the Bayformers movies. I watched Robots in Disguise 2015, which not the same thing as 2001. And that was pretty much it for the longest time until I got to G1.
But like, did you have any relationship with Transformers Prime or Transformers Animated? I think you said you didn't.
No, not at all.
Because I don't really have a whole lot of exposure to Prime because I never watched that show growing up. I was kind of like moving out of Transformers at the time when that show aired. But Animated was like, I was fiending for Transformers content between the first and second movies or the second and third movies. that filled that niche perfectly, and I fell in love with animated. And I got to rewatch the entire series just so we could do a tier list like this at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
That's not
at
a
some
promise. It's more of like a conceptual idea that we had that maybe might get turned into a stream at some point if we feel like it. No promises.
Definitely. And once I eventually go through the War for Cybertron games, that's also a consideration.
I need to replay those ones too because those were stellar. But yeah, as for G1, I think that's that for now.
Yeah. Let's get this set in stone. And again, this is probably the last time I'm going to say this for a while. This tier list is up on Tier Maker, so if you all want to undertake this task, it's out there for you.
Well, if we were going to do like an epilogue to this specific video series, maybe we could like react to other people's tier lists if they decide to make enough of them.
Yeah, for sure.
The original.
Yeah, download image and save.
Christ almighty, this is huge.
Right. Oh, and Cannabis said down in the, or Caspinus said, did you notice how Cosmos color scheme is the same as Vision for Marvel Comics?
Really? I didn't even notice that at first. Yeah.
I didn't, because again, I'm not the biggest Marvel fan out there.
I'm not like a super fan, but a lot of my family grew up around that sort of thing, and I was exposed to it just through secondhand knowledge. Like, I don't know a whole lot about Marvel or DC, but I at least know some things, and I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're asking as well, could you rate GoBots next, or the vehicles from the Mask cartoon? Maybe at some point, but for now, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break from doing tier lists because this one was an absolute titan to get through.
Yeah, this one was insane. And at this point, if we wanted to do another Transformers tier list, one of us at the very least would have to consume media we've never consumed before.
Yeah, definitely. Or in the case of some of the later animes, like, you know, Armada and the rest of the Unicron trilogy, both of us would have to.
There's also Earthspark, there's Prime, Animated. There's just so much Transformers content out there.
Yeah, and if we went into it blindly, we'd pretty much just be doing it like we did with the latter half of Japanese G1, just rating it based off designs.
And with the series like Transformers, where it's been around for 40 plus years at this point, there's going to be a lot of shit to sort through.
Yeah, definitely. So that's definitely up for consideration. But for now, we're going to be putting this to rest. So
for sure,
Tisha, it was an honor going through this massive tier list with you.
Absolutely, and again, Exo. This is, look at what we've made, friend. Oh my god.
Yeah. And again, as a VTuber, it's so satisfying being able to accomplish something like this, especially with, you know, someone else as passionate about something like this as I am.
The only thing that would top this is watching every single episode of G1 ever. The only thing that could top this.
Which, well, I've done, aside from, you know, the Japanese series, but again,
I mean, front to back on stream, no breaks. Okay, maybe.
Oh my goodness!
Seasons, but like, Jesus, no.
My one other like idea for a G1 related thing would be to like go through and do basically what CinemaSins does for like movies, just finding everything wrong with it and just nitpicking. Which it would be funny, but it would take so much time to do it.
The editing alone.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the editing's not much of a problem for me. I'm a decent editor. It's just that it's time, especially as a college student.
You don't really have to be fantastic at it. You just have to have a good sync of effort and time. And with your life situation, I don't know if it's possible. Maybe it's something to look into in the future if the situation changes. But right now, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah, it's definitely an idea, but we'll have to wait and see if I could ever go through with it, especially since, you know, again, I'm busy.
A lot of these yeah, a lot of these are just spitball ideas, not necessarily things we plan on doing in the future. Certainly not promises.
Hmm. They're just ideas at this point.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the end of things tonight. Take care. Have some fun out there. And until next time, farewell.
Stay safe. Goodbye.